Knock it off. Precious, come here. Come on, sit. Come here, baby. Excuse me. Well, good morning, camera friend. Good morning, everybody. I am bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to go. You see, Obama started it. He said, "Fired up, ready to go." Remember that? But see, you can't say that, or the liberals, they'll be like, "Oh, he's getting out of the window of tolerance." See, so you got to be careful, especially when you've been going through something like me. Okay. So I noticed. I thought I'd try a change of pace. You know what they say. Another one of them old sayings: "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer." Now I'm wondering about that one now. Anyways, I'm watching Fox and Friends. Okay, I haven't watched it for a few years. So anybody that's interested, Mr. Pete Hegseth, he's filling in for Mr. Steve Ducey this morning. So, hey, shout out to Forest Lake, Minnesota. Okay, folks. Now, I was up at the YMCA because I used to frequent the library quite a bit. Studying accountancy, of course, and figuring out how I could round up a couple of restraining orders or something. But the gal that works at the counter, right? I mean, not a huge deal, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess Hegseth lived in, or he had a place in Forest Lake. I don't know. I guess I don't know. His girlfriend or his wife or something started Fox Nation, the online version, which, by the way, for 99 cents for the first, I saw that for the first month. But the gal that does real estate, the short gal, real nice gal. I don't know why I had heard that. I had seen Hegseth. Like I said, the only thing I really know about that guy is he did. Was it? I've seen a special where he's over in Israel, doing, like, I don't know, checking out the steps of Jesus or something. And then I saw him. This was even before he was doing the weekend. He's been on the weekend crew for quite a while. Man, those guys got to get up. I mean, what are they up at 2, 3 a.m. every day? That dude's got to be asleep by 6 o'clock every night. But anyways, I thought I'd give a shout out to Forest Lake, Minnesota, Pete Hegseth. Yeah, so I decided, you know what? So I was laying in my bed. This is why I turned Fox News on. I was laying in my bed last night and I was getting to thinking. Well, I was listening to those people on MSNBC, and I used to watch the Communist News Network back in the day before it was the Communist News Network. I mean, I remember being at Brent LaSalle, okay, sobriety high, Brent LaSalle's house. Okay. I guess he became a lawyer. I was drunk one time about 15 years ago. I called him, and I don't know. I guess his brother lives in the old, or did. That was 10 years ago though. Man, time flies. So Brent LaSalle, the soccer guy, I hung out with him quite a bit. Sobriety High. Remember Sobriety High? Edina, Minnesota. Remember the rich kids? Yeah, there was only a couple, few of them like me who it was because Tom knew what was his name? The guy from New Zealand. He ran was it Pioneer House in Plymouth, the original that's where and they that was before they had insurance. All the rich kids like okay, I won't say who, but they drop 50, 100. Here's $100,000 cash. Go watch after my kid for about 30, 60, 90 days, will you? So Ben Hinslip, he's long dead. What was his first name? Oh man, everybody loved that guy. In fact, well, he's dead. So I do want to be careful. I don't want to cross into too much anymore. I know I dropped a few names in the very beginning at New Hope, Alano. But that was just to corroborate my story, okay? But these are some other, I don't know. I just won't mention. I'll keep anonymity, okay? But the common man, he's very open. He's from the mean streets of Coon Rapids. Is he on the air anymore? Yeah, he jokes around about not the back streets of Baltimore, but the back streets of Coon Rapids. Did y'all? He talks about being in. He doesn't drink alcohol. Occasionally, he used to mention that. But anyways, hey, so that gal that runs the. This was before Hegseth was even. I mean, I didn't even know. I just saw him a couple times, and I heard him mention for. I don't know how I did. He didn't even mention. I think I Googled him or something because I was interested because I seen his show. He was over in Israel or something, covering, doing something, and so I was curious. And I saw his hometown was Forest Lake. I don't think he's never mentioned it, but anyways, so but the gal. So I had said I just casually mentioned it. And she's like, "Oh yeah, my niece almost married him." And I'm like, "Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Forest Lake, it's only what 20,000 people back then, not real huge. I mean, I used to come up here as a kid. Tom reminds me, I used to play a soccer on those, on the what would be the junior high, I guess the junior high field now. So. Yeah, but anyways, what was I getting at? Oh, Bill Henslip. So yeah. Oh yeah, Brent LaSalle. How did I get on Brent LaSalle? So I guess I tried to. I was kind of pretty normal, I'd get drunk and start calling all the old friends and being like, how you became a lawyer? Yeah, I learned how to. I got one of these here. I learned how. I never did find anybody that could drink me under the table, right? So I guess Brent finally became a lawyer, but his family was really, anyways. Oh, CNN. So I remember where I was. Y'all remember? So everybody says, "Do you remember where you were on 9/11?" Yep, Anoka, Minnesota. Do you remember where you were during the OJ chase? Yep, me. Brent LaSalle's brothers and sister. I don't know where his dad was, probably upstairs in his office. But Brent LaSalle's mom, right off of what is that? Lindale? We were glued to see the CNN, right? Back then it wasn't like, like if you turn CNN on now, Ted Cruz is like, "Hey, you gotta get out of here, man. What go have your head checked," right? So I'm sitting in bed last night and I'm thinking, so this is the problem I'm having. I've reported that I'm absolutely not. There's just not a racist. Have I used the N-word? Sure, but I grew up, remember, in the hood, in the city, running the back streets of Murderapolis. Okay, so I had a lot of black friends. I went a lot of places that you couldn't. Well, look, there's lots of times where if people didn't know who I was, right? Or I probably could have got really hurt. Okay, I'm not bragging, I'm just saying. And so the point is, what I'm trying to say though is back then, so I'm not racist at all. I swear, like, but back then, like, I know it's kind of bizarre, but all the white kids were wearing starter jackets, and that was Jordan. And hey, it's adolescence, and it was back when the rap music, Village Idiot, when rap music, when I used to actually listen to rap music, I couldn't understand it, but I liked the tempo, right? And so uh my so I don't know, I just never grew up like uh just not I just don't I'm not racist. And so, but apparently, like, I turned I just to see, like, I haven't watched CNN in forever, but I just was curious. And they're talking about there was white supremacists, okay, KKK guys in hoods, and there was a lot of them marching the streets with like gigantic poles and flags in the streets of Philadelphia. Was it on the 4th of July here? And I don't know. I just there's something just kind of to me, white supremacists, I'm telling you, they don't. I mean, I'm not saying they're stupid, but they don't always look like the smartest bunch to me. I'm just saying. And so, but I just don't understand, especially in today's culture, why you would be, even if you thought that way, why you would think you would want to bring, well, kind of like you, Nick. Why would you talk to in front of the world? Well, I had to. It was publish or perish. My story, I had to start talking because I was being quiet and weird stuff was happening. So, but the point is, that's still alive and well today. And it's not just a, hey, I'm from the suburbs and I don't know any black people or brown people or whatever. And don't get me wrong. I mean, I guess you can't understand until you're in their shoes. Until your great ancestors were dragged over on boats, and put to work by the slave drivers, justified by certain parts of Christianity or certain. You really can't relate totally, but I'm one of those people still that's like, hey, reparations, that was like 100. Why should what you want me to pay for something I have no idea about? I'm like, remember that? I'm like, hey, why don't we give the Jews some reparations? And isn't that ironic? That's how much I support the Jews, and I still couldn't make it through the history of a Holocaust. Being a Jewish Christian, I mean, the plot thickens, huh, folks? And so you're like, well, what are you talking about, Nick? And I'm like, well, okay, so look, I recognize, man, there is something going on with, it can't be that many people, but even today, I'm sure there's lots of racist people. And then there's those people like that just don't know any black people. They're not racist, but they don't have any black friends or whatever, Mexican, Hispanic friends, right? And so they don't know it. But you know, I feel for them. Like when I'm listening to those stories, and like there's a lot of validity and there's truth. And so as a lovable and compassionate human being, I can absolutely empathize and try to understand. But at the same time, in the back of my head, don't forget, folks, pretty much anybody 30 and under, if a guy that looked like me, if I went down into the ghetto, into the hood, or even got on a bus in, Central Avenue or wherever, they don't know me, 30 and under, I don't care, maybe even 35 now. If you don't know anybody, hey, I would be as apt as anybody at any time of the day to run into 3 or 4 or 5 guys that are having a bad day, and all of a sudden they're making me have a bad day. And I'm not even a racist guy. And I grew up with black and brown friends and all sorts, Asian friends. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make though is I was sitting in bed and I was trying to make that the difference between these people that march. They marched openly with Nazi flags or something in the streets of Philadelphia on the 4th of July in 2021, and there was quite a few of them, and they had a lot of props. And then we have at the same time, we got people down at a college willing to grossly lie and exaggerate because they don't like me as a person, they don't like me as a political, they don't like my family values. Look, uh, I wasn't real successful, obviously, mostly because I was drinking too much beer and having too much fun, right? And I worked for a lot of family, and so sure, I was able to get by, but and I'm kind of paying for it now, right? Whereas most of the people I knew probably went to school and finished college or 8 years or 12 years of college, became doctor, lawyer, accountant, scientist. A lot of them, I'm sure, that I went to school with. They did the normal thing, and I didn't. So I recognize that, but common sense tells me that it's just so strange when I watch that and see those people in those streets, and I wonder, how are we ever going to come together? How? When we're so divided, and you got people where they're doing that to me on the left, and I would never get near anybody that would do that in this. You know what? If that means I'm a race traitor, I just didn't grow up that way. I recognize there's lots of brown and black people, young people that wouldn't know me in the hood, that would probably beat the living snot of me, especially now, right? But even before I was even on social media, or even nobody's watched, like last night, two people all day, two people. So nobody knows except for two people and whoever they told. And that might, one of them might be my dad or my stepsister. But again, I ain't doing this for anybody but me. And like I said, hopefully, you only get one mom and one dad. Well, biological, right? And I think, man, I worshiped my father. I told you, I used to get so excited I would dress up I used to embarrass the heck out of him. I'd get so excited. Everybody, on the plane. You were part of the Mile High Club? No, not that one. But instead of going and getting all hot and heavy and at 10,000 feet, I'd get all excited and put on all my whatever sports thing I was in. I'd go into that bathroom like you're on a Greyhound bus or something. Imagine trying to change into shoulder pads and knee pads and hockey equipment in a Greyhound bus seat, because I wanted to show my dad. I was so excited to see him, and under the right circumstances, I think we could maybe have a relationship, and I always wanted that. But he's a manager. He likes his and when you get older, they'll tell you you don't need that much. Like a lot of old people that used to drink a lot, like they can get like one beer. They gotta have a drink though, but like one, two, or a few, it does it for them. I don't know if it's they say your feet get smaller and you shrink too. Things change, but I would love to have a relationship with my father. But um, what's the point? I'm kind of getting off on the thing. I'm up at you. So what are you doing up? So it's kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it? It's like, in one sense, there's safety in numbers, but on the other sense, if they catch you slipping, boy, I mean, hey, it's like whack-a-mole, right? I mean, hey, you get to slipping. There's plenty of people that are gonna, be willing to pull your card, put you in check, right? Put your candle out. But In other words, it can be dangerous, right? It's like, I don't know, but there's a lot of people. And so, that man upstairs so the reason I got to go to Pioneer House is because Tom was Mr. Recovery. Remember, he started every treatment center in the country. It all started in Anoka, Minnesota, pretty much at River Place Counseling Center, right? And wow, Golden Valley Health, and then Tom moved around to a couple places. He started all the outpatient, everything, and it's grown around the world. But pretty much, so Tom was close friends with Bill Henslip, and so they were able to they worked out a kind of a that's the reason I got to go to Pioneer House, right? So. I don't know. It used to be like top secret, right? But everybody is like, I don't know. It helps corroborate my story. So, anyways, that's where I met all the. There was only a few guys like me that weren't millionaires. Their parents weren't gazillionaires, and so yeah, they only let like one or two into sobriety high. I was one, and so no, there was a few, but not many. And you had to go through Ralph. I wonder if Ralph, we used to go meet Ralph in St. Paul. Me and remember the white ball the size of a not the softball, but the baseball. That guy, Mike. We used to there used to be this fancy coffee shop, and that's when I really started to appreciate Victorian architecture and old style wooden architecture in those buildings when I was young. Ralph would be in these coffee shops in St. Paul, and he didn't talk to me much, but we'd go see him and say hi. Mike was close to him, right? He's got to be way dead now, but anyways, so so they knew Bill Henslip, and then that's how I met Brent and so why did I mention Brent? Because so where you were on 9/11. I knew where when I saw the Bronco chase, right? So anyways, point I'm trying to make. So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to empathize because with the fact they're talking about these people that are marching the streets of Philadelphia with these white racist KKK flags, and I'm going, but see, you would think the way that black dean of students is treating me, accusing me. I mean, it's like, this is the stuff I hear. I haven't listened to conservative radio for quite a while, but this is the kind of thing that I swear is happening to me, because it makes it this. You would think she thinks I'm one of them. Why else would you tell a guy, unless you're trying to destroy him, where he's frustrated because he's already being pretty much lied about, and it's all on tape. That's the real funny thing. It's on Microsoft Teams. There's no evidence. And so why somebody, and then I've dealt with this before, and so I got frustrated, and all I did initially, I didn't cuss or nothing. I was trying to see if I could get out of it and finish the class. And she's like, no, you cannot go to class. And I didn't even cuss. All I did was get a little upset because I got a D plus on a paper and accused. I didn't get accused of purposeful plagiarism, but she made it clear that if I wrote a paper like that again, I was going to be in front of the dean of students. And so the idea that I did not want to play these games, because that's what it felt like, and it certainly feels that way. And the fact that a dean of students would say that, that's literally, it's all on the record. Again, it's literally all I said. And you wonder why I might be out of my window of tolerance. I'm sick of being tested and or putting up with this. Like, when does it stop? You and all I get from liberals, even my family. Well, what you can't. Why is it okay for them to do what they do? Why is it always on me? At what point do I say I'm not going to take this anymore? Right? But you would think that black. I swear, she's black, and she is. I don't know what she is, but she's not very nice, and she's the dean of students, so I understand she's got to be serious. But you would think the way and then she accuses me, that could be construed as a threat. I mean, that one there. When I heard that, I'm not sure which is worse. The way she's treating me, I don't know who's more dangerous, her or those guys marching in the streets of Philadelphia openly in 2021 with Nazi and white supremacist flags and hoods. I'm not sure which one. Can somebody help me out here? I don't know which way. Do I want the blue pill or the red pill? I want neither. So what are you doing up so early, Nick? Normally you sleep in so you feel a little better. Yes, I would have done a little better. But, if there's any prayers out there, Tom, anybody that knows Tom, he's got kidney. They found something in his some sort of kidney stone. He's on his way down, and he didn't even tell me till last night. I'm like, why didn't you tell me? Oh, you got enough to worry about. And I'm like, you got that right. Hey, girls, no. Hey, stop. And so, yeah, if there's any prayers out there, um, it's a routine procedure, but I think you risk having all the witches and the devils. No, but I liken it to I don't know if you ever watch a Christian preacher. They're not secretive. They don't worry about the devils and showing people what they're doing. And that's the way I feel. That's the way I was feeling about the situations that I've been dealing with. This is not about me. Okay. Yes, I admit my behavior was not totally appropriate. But again, the fine and the time does not fit the crime. It just doesn't. I don't care what. That isn't how our law system works in America. It's not supposed to work that way. Okay, FISA courts and secret recordings are for terrorism, not watching naked ladies. Okay, that's my business, and it's wrong. But and most people don't think it's wrong. But these. I used to watch a lot of. You so what you got a fetish with preacher women too now, Nick. First it's the dress, and now it's the preacher. Well, what's her name? Who's that big hip gal? I used to. This was before I quit. Remember, I used to get all and be like, hey, Rummy, hey, y'all, get off that video game. Rummy's about to give a press conference. Turn on CNN for a little bit. What was her name? The first woman preacher of all time. She used to be on Daystar. Oh, I'd think of it. It's kind of that big. I used to like all night. And I'd watch. I'd go on like a marathon. What was her name? Anyways, I'm just joking. But the point is, but yeah. So I don't know. Whenever I'd watch this, they'd be on. They'd pray in public. Anybody could watch, right? They didn't hide it. I think secrets kill. Is what it. Secrets kill, and silence is not an option. That's what I'm saying. And contrary to Bad Boy Brett or Joseph or Brent, whatever his name is, gasoline and matches are not a good resolution conflict. I'm just saying there's better alternatives. So I got up early and to say hi, and I wanted to be awake. Because there's always a small amount of risk when you put somebody under. He does need to go under. It's a daily. It's an outpatient a small procedure, but if there's anybody that wants to keep him in prayers, I know Jane and Sandy and Jerry, his immediate family are thinking about him, and you know, his golf group is now down to they only got it. Well, his immediate golf group. He still has some guys up in Grand Rapids that they go up once a year, but they don't hang out all the time mostly because they're in Arizona or Florida or something. But his immediate golf group is down to one or two guys, all his guys, and you know, a yeah. So if anybody's thinking about wants to say a prayer for Tom, he's 80 years, going to be 80 years old. He's in pretty good shape, but he's had, like I said, man, he's had a lot of marking. If I didn't know any better, I thought I'd think a polar bear was like slapping him with a ruler, like, hey, bad boy, don't be a bad boy. I mean, my grandfather, man, he used to wander out into traffic, and now I'm starting to wonder if he was playing Russian roulette on Highway 65 there after, when he started seeing what was going on, and he was all alone, and there was only that one old guy, that one old farmer that used to come. I used to go drive up my grandfather up. We'd go up to that stinky cheese factory, get an ice cream cone, and I'd drive him by the old farm up there in Grantsburg. I did that quite a few times just to get him out of the house and spend time with Grandpa and be a good grandson. But I'm starting to wonder if that guy, he was just playing. He was all there. I mean, he couldn't see or hear well, I think, but he's like, I think I'll go wander out into traffic and see what God has to say today. Never did get hit. Yeah. But somehow he fell off the back of Laurie's porch there. All of a sudden, hey, I got it narrowed down to 2 or 3 stories. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, he's having so I got up early today to kind of be awake. So, in the spirit, you can only have one person down there at the VA. So, yeah. So back to my original thought, though. I'm serious. So I was laying in bed and because I like the news. I've always liked the news. And I heard that and I thought, wow, in 2021, how are we ever how are we ever going to get along? Because if there's people that'll do it openly, there's lots of people. I don't know. You decide. You guess. I don't know. I never really thought about it. I didn't. Like I said, I suppose I didn't grow up real young or go to school with a lot of minorities, but it wasn't talked about. They didn't overly. There might have been a joke once in a while, and I know, but I just, I want to get along with everybody, and I see that in our country, and it reminds me of why we're so divided. That seriously, and I'm trying to figure out which is worse, though. The exaggerate, the gross, because it can destroy my life. In a culture with red flags and Betty O'Rourke's running around with their guys in vests and AK-40s, they're doing anything to take guns. Tucker Carlson is going to have a special, and so. To me, it's down to, I don't know. I guess by default, I have to side with the Second Amendment, gun owners, outdoorsmen, hunters, enthusiasts, especially like Tucker Carlson is saying, with what's going on. You absolutely need to retain the right to defend yourself, at least in your own home. And now in 16, 18 states now, they've passed what, what is it? You don't need a permit to carry a firearm, and in almost every circumstance there is out there where you're going to run into a bad guy and have trouble. You're not absolutely in a self-defense situation. If somebody's knocking mirrors off your car, tearing license plates, you go to the podiatrist and the mirrors hanging there, and all the stuff I've talked about, which absolutely has happened. And you if somebody wants to explain how the three licks in my dog's back and on her nose got there, then you can tell me that I'm out of my window of tolerance. Until then, I think I'm doing absolutely perfect given everything I've been through. And I'm not saying I'm 100% accurate. I'm just saying that there has been a lot of stuff going on, and it has nothing to do with any sort of medication or any kind of mental illness that I have. However, it is by design. Because when a dean of students says something, when a teacher, I feel I can't even dignify this professor as a doctor of history. The way she treated me, the most I will dignify her with is teacher. She was my teacher. She was not professional. She was not a professor. Not only that, she only gave 15-minute speeches, and she said anybody could get it off the History of the Holocaust website. And don't forget, folks, sometimes if you're not careful, your mileage can vary. It's true. So, yeah, so keep calm in prayers if anybody's, and nobody's listening, but if there happens to be somebody, I think I might have a couple family that every once in a while they're like, what's this weirdo up to? And they might tune in occasionally, and so the man hasn't had a drink in 40 some years, and he's open about that, and he put it on his Facebook, so it's not like I'm breaking, what is it, the seventh. I'm not in AA, but I was around it. And so, but these people, where do I fit in? I certainly don't. I'm not going to march around the street. In fact, I feel most comfortable in a multicultural situation. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Um, you know, like I said, when I went up in the lounge car at 5 a.m. and there was just me and that one other girl on the train. I'm just saying. But when people do stuff like that, and I know it's not necessary, they're going to say it's racist that I'm accusing them. I don't think it has anything to necessarily to do with race. A little bit. I think it's mostly a political ideology, militant, audible crisis, good crisis, not going to waste. And it's frustrating because I tried to meet in the middle. I mean, I've always been, like I said, I grew up, I was watching CNN when OJ, okay? My whole family are Democrat farmer laborers, right? Come from working family. You just were not you just couldn't. You'd be out of your mind if you were a farmer. And there people were normal. It wasn't like it wasn't, you weren't seen as, it wasn't seen as like a deadly disease from each side, and but the fact that they grossly lied and exaggerated, I've pretty much lost all hope in any ability that even a moderate like myself, just kind of a family conservative Christian, Judeo-Christian, Jewish Christian, background who likes naked ladies like everybody else. Occasionally, I think about them. I do. I still do. Um, could get along with people that have done that to me, but then, you know, I'm not going to do too well in the middle of Montana with no cell phone service with 18 polar bears sitting by the caboose with the door open, right? So it goes back to get in where you fit in. And so I was laying in bed I was thinking about how horrible that was that they'll do that openly. But it's just as atrocious. Now, it kind of goes unsaid and unheard of, but the young kids now, the way, you know, you've had generations in the city and all over, but I'm telling you, uh, people of color, 30 and under, if you don't know them, you didn't grow up with them. I mean, it's not good. It can be very, very dangerous, right? And that, to me, that's just as scary and dangerous as those white supremacists. And no, but we don't talk about that because there was white slaves 150 years ago, and now you want me to give reparations. Yeah, see, I'm not about. I didn't do it. I'm not like that. Why should I pay for it? And I'm saying, how about we give some serious reparations? If you want to do that, let's give reparations to Israel too, then, and let's all get behind the fact that Israel ought to have a little piece of dirt the size of New Jersey without having people threaten them when these Muslims own the entire Middle East. They have them surrounded, and they've been threatening. You want to talk about a threat, Dina students? Okay, these very people that have the world convinced that the enemy is the Jewish people and that Israel should be exterminated, wiped off the map. Those are threats. Telling somebody you don't want to play their games anymore after being lied and grossly exaggerated and putting my life and my way of life in danger, and you don't even care about me. You have no conscience. That's not a threat. But why can Israel not have a tiny little place of their own? Where do you want them to go? Why do you support Muslims who absolutely would exterminate in most countries gay people, probably still today, if a lot of places of these countries that want Israel wiped off the map? Yet you can a gay person could go to Tel Aviv and they got lots of gay 90s there. You'll have no problem. And yet they've got the world convinced that they're the evil, and they haven't treated me very well. But it says, those that bless Israel shall be blessed. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, bless, support those people, and you shall be, things are supposed to be okay. That's what the Bible says. Okay? But those are threats. And so I'm not sure which is worse. This is what I can't stand. I think I would actually be mentally ill if after what these inner city, and I'll call it a liberal cesspool of ideologies, because if they're going to do that to me, they're capable of anything. Burning down the entire country. I personally don't think that. I'm kind of with Pete Hegseth. I think we should keep the statues. I don't think we should change every name, every street name that could be associated to some Native American thing, or take down every statue of some slave owner, or change every name. Because what did Pete Hegseth teach me? That a society that forgets where they came from is bound to repeat it. So, but burning buildings down, and then when you do that stuff to me, you make it almost impossible. How could I'd have to be mentally ill to trust anybody that would vote Democrat. Seriously. I'm not saying I trust all the polar bears, everybody's people, but I think I would have to be mentally ill at this point to, after what they did, how they grossly lied and exaggerated. Literally, the way it's set up now with what she said, you know how easily that could be turned into a red flag? So I'm going to be watching Tucker Carlson, and I know Tucker don't. He'd rather hang me than look at me. I understand that, but maybe I can convince him not to hang me. Those that dean of students and that they're not going to give me any blueberry pancakes. They don't got anyone in a dress, especially with them sticks, and they're lying, and they're up to a political agenda, and they darn near are close to destroying me. If I'd have to be mentally ill to associate with anybody. And I'm not saying there is anybody anywhere, but those for sure, those ones there, I'm as sure as I've ever been sure that I need to run like hell, and I can never trust them again. I don't care, because they want to destroy. And you know what's real scary is I'm such a moderate from a just a family guy, a Bible guy. Imagine what they would really do if I just happen to be the low hanging fruit, the easy opportunity. Say, why pass up a chance for a good crisis to go to waste? This one's an easy one. Couple lies here, couple lies there. You got an angry, I don't know. Maybe she's a lesbian. I don't know. Maybe she's and she heard my views on homosexuality on social media. And if my political views in my private life make me a threat to the safety and culture of a university, that is called a cesspool. Again, we're back to you demand tolerance, but you offer none. And if I don't absolutely bow down to your political ideologies and tell you, hey, I promised to vote for, I didn't vote for gay marriage, and you set out to destroy me, I mean, it's unreal. So don't you dare tell me that there has anything to do with any medication I'm on or any drugs. I don't abuse drugs, alcohol, smoke cigarettes. I read my Bible. Yeah. This is far deeper than that. And don't tell me, and I'm not fired up at all. I've been very calm. In fact, now that I've got my degree issued to me, I'm very calm. But the fact that they would do that, I don't even want to, other than the fact that if I don't show up, I don't even want to talk to them. I don't want to risk them being able to lie about me some more. It's not going to do any good. It's going to be a waste of my time. But I'm afraid of what else they might try to say. And if I don't at least defend myself or say something, then they can write up in a report whatever they want. So I would have been mentally ill to think this teacher never even responded. I would have to be mentally ill. I don't care if after 9 days, how many ever days, 1 day, 2 days, if it would have been just a few days, to return to a class with a teacher that refused to even, and all I did was raise my voice and got upset a little bit about, I didn't interrupt class. Show me the video. Again, I got one time after she gave me the D plus, which I've never gotten a D plus on a paper in my life. Remember, I did get up. Well, I've been laying in bed because the class is at 8:30 at night. I get up at 4 in the morning. I'm sleeping by 6 p.m. So the only way I could make it through class was to lay in my bed. So maybe it looks a little strange on the video because in order to her to show her my zits, okay, I had to stand up on the bed, right, and do this. Okay, a little obnoxious, but I thought it was obnoxious that she gave me a D plus. I didn't think it was obnoxious that on the most technical matter, because she has a PhD, allegedly, very smart, very strict teacher. Okay, it's not coincidence that I reached out before the class. Just I was going to take it as pass fail, remember? And I figured she wasn't going to be this way, but apparently she had this plan the whole time. And so and that was before class. You know what you'll see when you watch the video, it's on Microsoft Teams. Not only did I not interrupt class, not anymore. In fact, well, I had to interject a couple times because I was being so quiet. I was concerned I was not going to get any participation points. And there's 4 papers, 100 points each, and 100 points of participation. By her giving me a D plus, and I lose a few participation points, I don't even get a C. And in order for it to go, it has to be at least a C for it to. And I would think of it, I was going to take this as a pass fail because I don't need the credit other than to get the 150 credits. I've got 147 to get my, if I ever am able to sit, they call it sit. If I'm ever going to take the four part, and there's a 5th ethics part to the CPA exam. Okay. I didn't need this course. I was being overly, absurdly, you want to talk about window of tolerance and mindfulness? I was being so mindful. I was getting nervous that I wasn't participating enough. Now, sure, in the past, have I been kind of a loud guy? I'm the loud class clown, sure, but not this time. There was no way I was going to screw this one up. And it meant a lot to me. It was, it's a heart issue, actually. It literally, I was holding it close to my heart. And how it went this way, only God's going to know. Because like Tommy says, sometimes you're just never going to know. I'm not going to know because there was no way I was going to risk it. I was even crazy enough because I love the Jewish people in Israel and wanted to finish. I wanted my final course on my transcript to be the history of the Holocaust. I wanted to slap that on as my final badge of honor. And you know what? I mean, it couldn't have ended worse. And I was even crazy enough if I had told myself, but then my phones went off for 4 hours. You say, well, that's just normal. No, not 2 phones, not one upstairs, one downstairs. Literally, my phones have had no problem. I mean, I've gotten 1 or 2 bars, low service, but the line was right. It said no network on both phones. The odds of that being a network issue are slim and none. And I told you, Slim left town weeks ago. All right. So when that happened, and then they've been hacking somebody's been hacking my computer left and right. I'm not kidding you. I have literally had to reset my computer like every 2 to 3 days. I won't download any PDF, nothing, no files, no nothing. I got to reset my GoPro every day. And my phone's about every 3 days too for the last year. I still don't have my downspouts. Somebody was still following me around town from Starbucks to Walmart to the park. Whitey Bulger was sitting behind me for 8 hours while I was reading my Bible. They slashed my tires at the White Bear Lake Library. They followed that guy with the rope, followed me around from Walmart to the Maplewood Library. I could go on and on and on. Did God let him hurt me? Not yet. But this has nothing to do with me getting fired up. This has to do with people messing with me. I'm starting, but it's a combination. There's no doubt. I think it's a combination of these liberals who will do anything to take the Second Amendment. But yeah, Tucker Carlson is having a special on why we need to preserve the Second Amendment, and I'm going to be watching it. And Tucker is a very serious. I mean, that you do not want to mess with that guy. All right. Okay. But look, this is not about me. This is about what has happened to me now. Okay. I admit I've done a lot, pulled a lot of crap, but I've slowly gotten better over the years, and I I take less and less risk, and I've gotten in less and less trouble, and you know, did I bring some of the, I do. I think it's a combination from the internet, some residual leftover, I don't know, angry liberal homosexuals, possibly even some very, very conservative people who I talked to probably thought who lived their life perfectly, right? Were raised good, they had good parents, and they worked their tail off and they went to school and they're doing well, and they look at a guy like that kind of, worked for family, kind of got through in life and drank a lot of beer, and now he's old and he's kind of a deplorable and undesirable, and they don't like me any more than these liberals do based on the Second Amendment. I'm not mentally ill. It's mentally ill to slander people's character. Again, I could sue. I bet if I had the money, I could sue that teacher. I could sue the university. I could sue the dean of students. The problem is, I don't think you'd have a judge that would be fair down in that district. That's the problem. For slander of character, defamation of character, lies, I could prove that they set out to destroy my life. This is not paranoia, folks. This is not getting out of the window of tolerance. This is not getting fired up. This is what they've done to me now. Sure, did I get excited over a girl? Oh yeah. Did I misbehave a little bit? Yes. Was I overly zealous? Yes. Will I ever do that again? No way. I will. In fact, I'm never going to talk to another girl as long as I live. At least not approach them. Whether it's in a coffee shop or the laundromat or the organic food section of the grocery store, anywhere. If I don't know them and they've made it abundantly clear, and it would help if they're half naked with a salad and a dress with those sticks. That will possibly be a decent indicator, but even then we can see that could be just bait, because look what they'll do. Look how they'll grossly exaggerate and lie. So yeah, I mean but that's why I'm up. And there's nothing wrong with me. It's natural, it's normal to react. It's not normal when people lie and say stuff about you that can destroy your life. You got to, if you don't, silence is not an option. If you say nothing, they steamroll you. They roll you like the Vikings over the Packers. Okay? Publish or perish. You got to say something. Not saying it's going to work because they've got the numbers, and most of the time you're outnumbered. And then again, we're back to, hey, there's a lot of these people, you know. So again, I was laying in bed last night, I was reflecting, I was trying to think. But then as they started continuing to talk about, they started, what was it? They were talking about so they had a black lady had a white person on, talk about white guilt, a white person on there that wrote a book called "What's Wrong with White People," and I'm saying the only thing wrong with white people is about 0.1%, and it's those people that are marching in the streets of Philadelphia. Other than that, white people are very nice. White people saved people in World War II. White people freed the slaves with Harriet Tubman and all them underground railroads and the Jewish people. Okay. So by you doing that, I don't know, I got sick to my stomach. So when I had this roller coaster of emotions of, God, is that horrible that in 2021 we've got white supremacists marching the streets of Philadelphia openly. And then she turns around and she goes absolutely extreme in the other direction and introduces a self-hating white person that writes a book. So what's wrong with white people? Nothing is wrong with white people. We're people too. And most of us are like, hey, again, I don't know anything about that slavery. I had lots of different friends. I'm not going to pay for what some white people did 150 years ago. But if you don't stop, if the 30s and unders don't stop beating white people up in the hood, and you don't stop with the bringing white hating white people, well, what's wrong with, if you don't stop that kind of thing and come in the middle, there's no hope. And we're going to continue to be divided. And I'm an optimist, and I do have hope. But I've all but lost it. I've got a smidgen of, this was an isolated, she just didn't like being talked to. I raised my voice a little bit, didn't cuss her. Now I've been doing this a long time, and if I was a tenured professor, and she's not even tenured, I don't even think she's not even faculty. She's the appropriate response would have been the Bible says, go to your brother if you're offended first, and then if that don't work, bring one or two, and if that don't work, then you contact the dean. She should have sent me an email saying, look, I didn't like the way you talked to me, and I'm the professor, and that's the grade I gave you, and look, I'm an expert writer, and technically this is what I expect, and I don't like the way you did that, and this is what you need to do to fix it, and I'll help you. Instead of making me feel like one way or another I was going to be up in front of the dean, and clearly I was. Her intentions were to get me in front of that dean no matter what, and then in addition, grossly exaggerate and lie about what happened. And then on top of it, the dean does it too. I have no hope for any institution. It's exactly what Dennis Prager is talking about. It's nothing more. It doesn't matter what's on paper about me. It doesn't matter whether I've got 2 or 3 DWIs. It doesn't matter what some doctor said about me 15 years ago. It doesn't matter if I'm 100% full-time, have gainful employment. Currently, I was going to school. I've lived a unique life. I worked, like I said, I worked for family restaurant. My father owned all his own business. Okay, I have not lived your status quo go to college, 4 years, get a job, have a okay, I didn't do that. And sometimes I think I should have, but again, contrary to what Bad Boy or Brent or Joseph, no, honey, everything happens in God's world for a reason. You learn that. That's in the Bible. That's what they teach you there for sure. And I'm wondering, well, what are those bottles up on top of Bad Boy's fridge? I thought Bad Boy hadn't had a drink in 15 years. He said that's why he's so friendly with the Washington County Sheriff's Department out at Afton Alps. He's undercover. He pretends to be people's friends, and then he tells the sheriffs who's drinking and who's smoking the pot, and they go bust him he's the narc. But he said he doesn't drink. But he's got bottles of alcohol on top of his fridge. And no, I fundamentally disagree. I don't care how Christian he is. Everything happens in God's world for a reason. Even this dean, everything. Nothing happens by mistake in God's world. And until I can accept that, and anybody can accept that things are exactly the way they're supposed to be at this very moment, you will not have peace. Just like the gutters. I know better. I'm afraid to call and ask because you know what? They'll say I'm harassing them. So I guess I go without gutters. What? It beats having to talk to the police and have them continue to lie. And how else can you possibly maintain integrity and keep people honest unless you speak the truth? Because they'll say anything they want. And it's not just one side. That's the scary part. So you're back to, well, so I think it's pretty simple. I'm going with the Second Amendment. I'm going with family values. I'm going with the Bible. I'm going with, small government. I'm going with borders. I'm going with axis of evil. I'm going, keep them guys out. I don't want any more Dearborn, Michigans. I'm sorry, or San Diego, or Houston. I mean, these communities of Muslims. Most of them are probably. A lot of them are probably okay and just. But they have this thing called we're all infidels, and how they've got us convinced, even the atheists, that Israel's the enemy, and that they, after all these years, I mean, we should put them on a plane and send them back where they came from or something, when it would be just as easy just to say, hey, you want peace today? Just leave them alone. Let them have this little area. You got the whole Middle East, and you got Dearborn, Michigans, and they're marching around the world to install their caliphate. They've got something in the Quran that they're allowed to lie to infidels. Okay? We're not talking about any of that anymore. Only a few of them are lettered agent assets, and they're getting away with murder. In my own backyard, they're baiting me. And the strange thing is, it's not just. It's got to be a spirit of evil, because I'm not that bad. But it's not just one group of people. I think it all comes down. It has to be the blood of Christ. It has to be Jesus. It's got to be. They cannot stand that that the most simple thing in life would be God made man and Jesus made him even. That's the only common denominator, because other than my support for the Jewish people and the state of Israel, because it's that guy got away in my backyard behind the Coon Rapids Dam. A Talibani national, Syrian national, with 3 of his buddies are able to get away with praying, having a captive audience, when they've got a private place that they specially made for them in the library. So this very thing didn't have to happen. And I took the bait at that time too, because it was in my backyard. I couldn't stand it. And how disrespectful he was, and why he had to pray so everybody could see him, because that's what they all do. And I try, hey, they say, hey, if you don't vote, you can't whine. Hey, if you don't say something, you don't have a right to whine. Well, I got a right to whine because I tried. I tried to help. I said, hey, dude, nothing against you or your religion, but hey, be fair, be nice, get out of the walkway. Nope. So I had to talk to the dean about that one too. And so those are the games I'm talking about. And I'm done. I don't even want to talk to these people. But yeah, if say some prayers, maybe in the next hour or so. So he'll be having surgery. It's routine. Hope to God. I just don't like the idea of, somebody an anesthesiologist has to control your breathing. Anything can happen when they put you under. And so, yeah, we pray that Tom will have a safe surgery and he'll wake up and everything will be okay. Yeah, I mean, 99, 900, 1 out of 1,000 times there might be a problem, right? But yeah. So yeah, those are the people I've decided. I've just decided. I, I'm not willing to give up. I can't give those things up just for blueberry pancakes. What I'm gonna give up my life for blueberry, everything I've ever worked for and believed in, and I developed on my own because I couldn't be any opposite than my mother or that guy upstairs. And you know, I'm on. I don't know. I think I'm a great person. You know, I don't care. I'm not the kind of person that would. I could sleep well at night if I was taking jobs from union boys, not only in Washington County, but anywhere, so that my life could be better. And there's one, I got a fax machine in my basement, and I've got 5 illegals, and they're financing my life, so I can have a fine life, but nobody else around. One guy's having a decent life with his family, and 5 illegals are taking jobs from Americans. I don't know how that guy sleeps at night. Seriously. Like, I'm not the kind of guy that would want to do that. I'd want to be fair. I'd want to give people health care. I'd rather have less money. I'd rather live way, way less and be able to give people a livable wage, especially on construction or like roofing houses. But because I want to have more money, I want to save money on insurance, and I don't want to have to pay union tax, or I'm going to hire 5, and that's great. But those are the kind of things that I guess fundamentally change America. And it's ironic that those very people that a lot of those people are listening to the Tom Emmers and the Jason Lewises and the Rush Limbaughs, and they've been preaching this for years, probably, mostly Polar Bear. They're the ones hiring illegals. I mean, they got you snookered left, right, center. It don't matter which way you go, huh? So, but that's what's important in my life is the Second Amendment, family, the Bible. I don't want it to become illegal that I say homosexuality is a sin. just like it always was. Or, yeah, I mean, I guess if I don't know any better, I personally, yeah, I feel a little uncomfortable. I can relate. If somebody is a transsexual and like, I'd prefer to get, I mean, I don't know. I haven't had to deal with it. I'm his or him. I can see why that gym teacher in Pennsylvania a couple months back, it was all over the news. They fired him because he was uncomfortable. And the boy hadn't even had a surgery. And why a child before puberty could get emancipated from their parents? Hey, if a child knows that they're it's crazy, folks. If a child knows best, I mean, with all the puberty and the what do they call that? The emotions. If you're gonna let a child, I mean, why don't you let them drink alcohol then too? Why don't we lower the drinking age to about 8 years old? Let them buy cigarettes too. I mean, if you're gonna let a child have a sex change with all the hormones going on before they're about 30, yeah, I mean, there's something wrong. I mean, we don't let children make other adult decisions like alcohol, things like this nature. But oh, I bet that's one of the devil's favorites there. And the government's going to pay for it. And you're wondering why I might be out of the window of tolerance when they're trying to tell me that I might be construed as a threat? No, it's not. And I'm about to countersue you in court. I might try. I might be able to make some money here, retire. It's all on cam. They got no evidence. I didn't interrupt no class. I barely said a word. I certainly did not behave in any other way. I interjected just like everybody else in the class. There's only like 7 people in the class. And it's not like, it's not like you can't raise your hand because it's online. Well, you can, but she don't pay attention. So as politely and uninterruptive as possible, we would contribute. First, we would go into breakout rooms, and I hardly said a word there. Occasionally, I interjected so that they couldn't say, look at this guy, he doesn't get any participation points. Sure, I said, other than that, I just listened because I didn't want this to happen. And 2, then we'd go back to group discussions. And I did the same thing a couple times because I was afraid she was going to give me 0 participation points. But I didn't interject. I didn't interrupt the class. And I never said that everybody's against me. I said a lot of bad things have happened, like, I don't know, Tom's mirror getting knocked off for the 5th time yesterday after I just taped it up. Like, what do? Follow him around town? As soon as he goes in the gas station or the Walmart, they knock his mirror off. What I'd like to know is how his whole thumb looks like it. I don't know how. He's 80 years old. He could have done anything. Where does he get all my grandfather, I seen my grandfather. When you get old, you bruise. I never seen so many bruises. I never touched that guy in my life. Holy shit. I mean, if a social worker saw that, they'd be like, who's abusing you? And then his thumb, it looks like somebody took a razor blade and cut he asked me for a Band-Aid. And I'm like, why? And he goes, oh, my nail keeps catching on. And I'm like, it looks like it looks like somebody took a razor blade. I'm not even kidding. I'm not saying that's what happened, but It's it when so many weird things happen and people keep lying, you don't know what the truth is anymore. You don't. The problem is not me. The problem is the liars, the exaggerators, the militant left wing communists with their radical agendas. But I feel bad about. I do. I'll stand with you on the white supremacists. I'll stand there with you. You want me to? I'll still stand up and say, hey, that's not cool, man. But you're not gonna. Hey, you're not gonna ruin. I'm not gonna let you ruin my life and lie about me. Not gonna do it. So, and I wish I did not have to give this deposition. Why do I have to continually give a deposition? When are they ever gonna just let me live my life? No, because it's like, to me, the truth is they're not gonna be happy until every white person, and I'm gonna say this because if it's appropriate for a black woman to get up there and go have a white person, it is. It feels like if there's not white guilt, it's not okay to say. It's not just okay to get up and say that, hey, those people in Philadelphia are absolutely abhorrible. But if I'm not a self-hating white person too, who will like go live under a park bench and help get rid of every white person out of every government position and every board member of everything, then I'm not fit for society either. That's what it feels like. So again, they got us snookered. Because you know who's issuing this citation here? A polar bear that hates my guts. A polar bear. So I ain't doing too well with the polar bears either. But I'm saying, hey, I want to go hunting. I want 1 acre power water. I want to be able to go to work. I want to be able to drive 50 miles and leave my wife, my sweet little honey, half the kingdom in that dress with our bambinos and bambinas. And I want her to be able to defend herself because we're going to go find our own river. And I don't want people lying about me trying to destroy that goal. Because that's the American dream. And I believe it's still alive, but I'm thinking the only option is to hope that polar bear just, I don't know, pray to God, ask that polar bear, and then go watch that Tucker Carlson on how we're going to save that Second Amendment. And then, hey, somebody get, hey, what's that, Wayne LaPierre? What is that? Some kind of fancy water, some French water, bottled water, splitzer or something? Hey, say, hey, yo, Wayne said he needs one of them new fancy silk suits. Somebody get Wayne another suit, would ya? He's the only thing between the devil and the Second Amendment. Get that guy another suit. Yeah, because after what I went through with these people down in that liberal cesspool, I mean, I'm serious. I thought there was hope until then. I thought, because I'm into statistics, I thought, boy, I mean, if a gal showed up at my age, given where I'm at, and there used to be a lot, I'm like, if a girl, she want to eat blueberry pancakes, and she got that dress on, she got tissue in hand, she ready to sign on the dotted line. I mean, I could probably be talked into just about anything, but not anymore. I mean, my whole families are Democrats and Jimmy Carter Democrats. Even I don't like the idea that Bill Clinton. I'm like Anthony Edward Ho. Anthony Edward Ho. Remember the first time I walked into his office with my mother's Laura, my mom's like, "Oh, you like Bill Clinton too?" He's got a Bill Clinton book sitting there, and he's like, "Oh, well, I used to," and tell the whole Monica Lewinsky and all that. And I used to like Bill. And then kind of like that Chicago cop at Bed Bath. So I sat down in the corner with my phone for about 3 hours, and they had a conversation about Bill Clinton or something. Okay, and you're wondering why I'm going. How come I can't talk to my lawyer? How come I was 2 minutes from bow and arrows and butter knives? Why is this black lady feels a little racist? Why is she lying about me? Why are these things? It's not because of me. It's because I'm low-hanging fruit. People like Tucker Carlson, they're not. You can't get to them. But you could maybe get to me, I suppose, because of what some people have said. If you think it's true, if it's all true. And I'm going down and fighting. And when I say fight, I don't mean physical. I've never been in a physical fight or hurting anybody. I mean, I'm going down talking then. Hey, I can filibuster for a few months, you know. But this goes beyond being tested. I mean, this is horrible, and it doesn't stop. And then when you talk about it, they want to say you're out of your window of tolerance. You're getting let's check your blood pressure. Oh, maybe you need some medication. No, I don't. I need people to leave me alone. Let me live my life. Respect my opinions. Just like nobody burned the streets down when Obama was elected twice. Okay? I did. So, and they've done everything they can to shut me down left and right. Because they don't want the truth. Because the truth will set you free, because he who the Son sets free is free indeed. Sure, I'm going to have to be embarrassed, and I'm going to have to admit to a few things I did, but 99% of it is not even true. It's all lies. And it's potentially destroying my life. And after what I've been through, I'm not taking any chances. But I wish I could get some other work done. But you forced me to continue to give depositions. Because that's what this is. Continually. And like I said, at least I'm going to say I tried. Okay? Hey, if God's going to let the devils win, well then at least you can look back and you say, I said something. I tried to stop that guy from taking over North Hennepin Community College. I tried. I mean, they were going to lock me in jail. You know, I'm not willing to go. I'm not willing to storm, do an exit. Well, I'm not willing to throw my life away. At least not yet. I still got quite a bit to lose. So I want to be very careful. But see that, and that's the other thing. Once you take enough from somebody, I guess they lose it. If they don't deserve it. Like, I can see if somebody deserves it, but I suppose that's what's been happening. I don't know. How else could you get crazy enough to break into Congress on tape? I mean, yeah, your life is over. Yeah, you're done. You're never touching. It's bow and arrows and butter knives. What surprises me, though, like, I understand why people like the Tucker Carlsons, the Jesse Watt, all these real successful guys, the Hegseths and all them boys and all these guys that work their ass off to get where they're at. I understand why they would not have a lot of patience with a guy like me, even though we think alike a lot. I understand that. But what I don't understand is why, if they know how the other side is, why, and given the culture we're in, why they don't give me a chance to at least to not hang me high. and treat me like a longshoreman. That part I don't quite understand yet. Why the polar bear wants to keep giving me citations, I haven't figured that out. If I'm basically on your side, why they is it actually they're secret Democrats or something? I don't know. Because after what those Democrats did down at that college, I don't know how I really don't. How I'd have to be mentally ill to trust anybody. And it makes me sad again. Growing up with multicultural, I don't have the answers today. But pray for Tom, will you, if anybody's out there? Say a prayer. He's probably, I wanted to be awake and so be with him in spirit. Yeah, it's complicated, folks. But you got to admit that's hey, and not a bad gig if you can get it. I mean, hey, a guy from Forest Lake, Minnesota, hey, makes it all the way to the chair of Fox and Friends, huh? Prime time. Hey, you got to give him props, right? I'm kind of sick of regurgitated news. I mostly watch on mute, watch the headlines and stuff. But sure, man, that's pretty cool, dude. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I seriously don't know if I'd want to do it, but hey, not a bad deal. Pretty successful. But then again, you know what they say? They like Anoka, Minnesota is the Halloween capital of the world, right? Forest Lake is the what? The veteran military support capital of the world. They used to have the biggest fireworks show and military support parade in the entire country. Yeah, this place, remember that? So I guess it makes sense that Fox News being that could be a guy, decent looking guy, was in what he did a couple years in like the Coast Guard or something. Just kidding. No, he was in the Army or something. But yeah, so anyways, but yeah, y'all have a nice day. I don't know, man. I mean, things are going great for me. I'm not angry. I'm in a window of tolerance. I mean, I think I'm managing all the external stimuli and things, the lies and stuff like a champ. I think anybody else would have went absolutely bananas. I mean, I haven't drank. I haven't done drugs. I haven't smoked. I've read my Bible. I basically kept my head down and kept trying. But it's taxing. It's time consuming. It's tiring. and so honestly, I think given this is not about me. There's nothing wrong with me. It's the world. It's not me. I'm the guy who doesn't enjoy listening to worldly music. I'm the guy who, okay, all we got here is coffee. Lots and lots of coffee. Okay? So when y'all give up your porn, cheating on your wives, all your girlfriends, all your weird stuff, all your cigarettes, you maybe read the Bible a little bit, huh? Well, then you can come talk to me. Then I might listen to you. But until then, it don't mean nothing. Sure, you might have the numbers down in that liberal cesspool, the re-education system, because that's what it is. Getting treated like that before I swore. And I did. After she did what they did, I did swear. I used a couple cuss words, but I have not contacted anybody for a week and a half. And nobody's even contacted me because they're just waiting. They're just salivating probably. Oh, God, just send one more email. So please, 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 Nicky boy, send one more email so I can contact the police. That's how sick it is. And what's even sicker is they've probably got some beat cops that would write up a citation. And they probably got the judges they probably got the prosecutors too that would do something especially down there. They got them up here too. They're everywhere. The problem's not me, folks. The world is waxing worse and worse, and you already know we all like naked ladies. See, and the other main problem we have, folks, which I'm preaching mostly to the choir, but just so you know that I'm aware that you're not fooling me with what you're doing. So that's the thing. They think I'm so stupid. They think I'm dumb enough that I don't even know what they're doing. Look, I'm an absolute moderate. The way these other these real conservative guys, not the guys that were once a Democrat, but I mean, these real mean polar bears. I'm nothing compared to them, and so. Okay, they scare me. All right. But the fact that I would be considered an extremist or a radical by these people that hate God, hate that Bible, hate Jesus, hate Jews, hate family values, hate the idea that, hey, son, could you do me a favor and wait till you're at least 18 to cut your wiener off for me, please? That's hate. That's considered hateful. And so you can't win, right? And so then once they realize that they can't defeat you, I don't know, it looks like they either try to make you crazy, and then if the polar bears don't like you, they help them, and they declare you unfit. I don't know, because we all like naked ladies. We really do. Most guys like naked ladies, 18 and up, It's true. Even the married ones, they got to pray to God real lot and not look at. You tell me this. So I'd be on Christian chat, right? And girls would go on cam showing cleavage. And I'm telling you, this is how, even in the Christian circles, they turned it on me. I don't know. That used to be when I grew up. That's the way my elders would have behaved. They would have asked you if you went to summer camp and the girls had too short of dresses, or they were showing too much. They tell them to cover up or go put a shirt on. Now now even the Christian girls have turned it on you. You're a creeper. You can't control yourself. Why are you looking? It's just insanity. What's up is down, is left is right. Because they want to control. Yeah. They've said, oh, well, you can't, well, you don't have to. Why should I have to even accidentally see it? I mean, why would I want to see something that could potentially activate my flesh when I'm already a guy and I really like naked ladies? Why would I even want to even take it? Just like I don't even want to have one beer. Why look at something that's not yours? How can you, where did this mentality come that the guy that reads the Bible every day, he's the weirdo, and he's trying not to look at that? How did the guy doing that become the full-on weirdo? Because he would try not to look at something that's not his, never going to be able to touch it, ain't going to marry it. What that's called lust, right? So, but that's okay in society. And the guy that might struggle once in a while looking at a naked, he's the absolute puke of the universe, huh? Okay. No, this is deep evil. The acceptance that everything is happening in God's world, the starving children in Africa, accepting that it's the way it's supposed to be at this very moment. Now we're getting into where the rubber meets the road, right? We're saying, yeah, love your enemies, pray for those that persecute you. What, Jesus? Are you sure it's that guy? Are you? We're down to bushwhackers and Woody's here, sweetie. Come on, you got to make a choice here. We ain't gonna be on this site forever. And you're like, hey, we're gonna go to the Downs a little bit today, okay? And you're like, why would I want to look at that? That used to be a Christian attribute, but now because even the Christian girls want to control you with their cleavage, if you can't say anything because you're a pervert, but it's not perverted to have your boobies hanging half out. That's not perverted. But if you mention it and say, honey, would you put those pretty things away? They're not mine. And I don't think your husband probably wants you showing them to anybody either. Would you put them things away for us? But then you're like you're a pervert. You can't control what you can't control. No, I mean they're too pretty. I can't. I like naked ladies. Would you put them things away, sweetheart? No, yes, I can control myself, but again, why cause a distraction? Or even worse, what if you got blessed by God by a woman? Y'all seen Fireproof, right? With Kirk Cameron. Can you imagine how a woman, like, it's just such a strange the conundrums involved in life where a Christian gal would show her boobies, but or half of them or most some part of them. Girls used to cover up, but yet then their husband may struggle or something online with pornography or something, or maybe having a relationship or whatever thoughts, and it destroys a marriage, and yet they're kind of indirectly participating and perpetuating things in other areas, and it's like, yeah, but imagine how why would you want to do that? Once you see, as a Christian, a Judeo-Jewish Christian, I would want to not take any chances to offend my wife, right? Or to be thinking about anybody else but her, or to have any of that intimate, the most sacred, special marriage bed between one man and one woman for life, in my case, for eternity. I know that's not in the Bible. It says we don't buy nor sell. There's no giving in marriage. But that's one of the things on my list. I'm going to petition to God when I get there. I'm going to say, hey, God, can I have my wife back forever? I want to go back to our youth where we don't. I want that new glorified body with my sweet honey. Okay, I'm gonna. Can I have her back forever? Okay, so but imagine, I don't know, the problems that could present and how she could feel inadequate or not loved or not feel special if you're much less just accidentally looking at a girl's body parts because they're sticking out because they purposely do it. But imagine, I don't know, am I one of the very few people left, even though I struggle looking at it? I haven't. It's like Daddy said. So you want to? So you say, son? Yeah, you say you want to touch a woman before you die, huh? Yeah, your batting average here is not going so well, son. I mean, you're getting kind of old and, you know, but seriously, like, I mean, I would want to do everything I can. So I don't think it's inappropriate, at least it should be in public. But I guess there's so many people that like to look at it. Like, I don't want that I truly don't want that stimulation. And they say, well, even talking about it, you're perverted. Why is it perverted to talk about a Christian view, but it's not perverted to have your body parts hanging out? You see what up is down, left is right. but accepting things the way they're supposed to be, accepting that they're just not going to give me my downside, accepting that it's tough. I'm pretty sure almost all the disciples, right? Now I'm back to, hey, why didn't you teach me this? Why didn't you tell me about this persecution and the guillotine and the female and and like might have to give my life? Well, you didn't tell me that when I signed up when you were making me go to Lutheran church. You didn't tell me about that part. You left that part out. Okay. So again, folks, the problem is not me. The problem is you got enough people that you got a few Christians that say, oh, we don't like him anyways. He's worthless. And then you got the rest of the world's like, we can't stand that Bible. We've been trying to get rid of that for 6,000, 500 years. And now we started to get control. And then that's why they started doing these things where they just lie to destroy you, to get rid of you. But seriously, if we get to a point where you can't separate my personal beliefs as a Judeo-Christian, that if I'm not allowed to in publicly say that homosexuality is a sin, and that's grounds for dismissal, and I'm dangerous to I'm a threat to the culture and the safety of a intercity re-education cesspool system, yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, we're headed for somewhere that I'm not going to mention, but I still got to figure out how to get these polar bears to quit giving me tickets and wanting to eat me for lunch. Okay? And or worse. Remember? I was supposed to be Jacob Wetterling. There's so much evil that goes on that you take for granted that you don't even think about. All the kids in cages and castles, old, young, bizarre, strange, real weirdos. They can only, when evil permeates evil, evil reports to evil. There's only so many resources, right? There's only so many people that can be saved. I mean, there's so much evil going on that people are just ignorant, naive. So as far as getting, like I had to correct, again, I had to correct my, we can't use words like fired up and blow up. And these are trigger words that people with red flag laws love. You cannot speak like, you cannot talk like that in today's culture. Those are the most flagrant, extreme terms, absolutely need to be reserved for the absolute most dangerous of society at this point. They cannot be used casually, or I don't trust you. Because what word could be worse than blow up or fired up or I mean, I don't have a thesaurus with me, but I'm not a real smart guy, but I can't think anything off the top of my head. I can't think of any better words that I could present before a FISA court that, hey, this guy is this is one of those red flag. We need to go in. No, they're doing it. It's all by design. I'm not blowing up. I'm not fired up. I think given the context of everything, I mean, I'm doing great. I'm a stable genius. No, I'm stable though. I'm not a genius. I always wanted to be one. I always wanted to be Poindexter, like Pete Peterson. I wanted to have the pocket protector, and one of them big old. I always wanted one of them. Remember them? I had one for a short time, but I mean, I couldn't even figure out how to get it to tell the time. The old one that had the calculator and the time and all kind of stuff, and it was like a 16th of an inch by six. I had one for. I always wanted to be Poindexter. I always envied those guys. Pocket had 3 or 4 pens. I'm into fountain pens now, actually. I don't like smoke because I might croak, but I do like fountain pens and fine food and fine music, a little classical music to relax. But there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not saying nothing, but if that's what they're saying about me, there is nothing wrong with me. I have absolutely zero mental illness. Again, I don't want to hurt myself or others. I ain't mad at nobody. Never heard a voice in my life, and God does not talk to me. Never been in a fight in my life, really. Okay. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not that stupid. Please leave me alone. Stay out of my life. Go find some tweakers, some real tweakers, and go bother them. Let me live my life. So I'd say the only thing is that given all the harassment, the reverse harassment on me now, for whatever reason, I haven't blown up. I haven't I haven't really gotten outside of the window of tolerance. I'm a high energy kind of guy. Okay. I'm a loud guy. So yeah, you don't want to see me for sure. No, I don't. But this is not blowing up or getting fired up. A more appropriate term, if you're going to talk to me, is I'm passionate. Maybe my voice is a little escalated. Maybe I'm a little worked up, but I'm not blowing up. The only people saying that are those liberal cesspool parasites who want to destroy all the culture and everything Second Amendment. By the way, when does that Tucker Carlson special start? Okay. And if that, I've just, after what's happened, I used to think that a guy like me could be a moderate, not really independent, could be married to kind of a hippie, happy, go free. I want to help everybody. I just want to love everybody. That's what Jesus would have done. And I'm not going to say anything mean, and let's not be rude to anybody. And yeah, I think my Bible says that homosexuality is a sin, but I'm not going to talk about that. And we just, I'm a Democrat just because I don't really like that Trump guy. And I used to think a guy like me and a gal like that could probably just, because 20 years ago that you could still love each other. I don't know if I believe that anymore. After what they did down to me at that college. And I'm pretty sure any of the gals they got, I wasn't successful enough, right? I don't have enough money. I'm not good looking enough. I don't have a nice enough car. I don't know enough people in power. And so the odds of me finding a gal that doesn't got her boobies out, that wants to love me for me and would rather live in a cardboard box and just maybe go fishing. I mean, yeah, wait. I mean, I suppose there could have been one that got made, but the idea that I would throw away everything I've worked for some liars, some absolute liberal, disgusting liars. And, the polar bears ain't much better, But they're just kind of mad because you talk to the women pretty much, and you got to take a nap like them French, and they don't like that. And so, they don't like you either, and you're like, man, what do I do? One day at a time, I guess. Don't drink a beer no matter what. Be thankful for what I do got. Still got plenty of water. I knew I got that water for a reason. I got enough water for a few more weeks. Isn't that what Homeland Security, FEMA, they recommend you have 2 weeks of bottled water? I had about 2 months. I'm always doubling and tripling stuff. So I don't know. Now maybe half the kingdom, maybe she still believes that it's possible, but man, don't ask me to trust any of those people down there. And if you know any of them people, stay away from me, okay? If that's the way you're gonna be, you're gonna act that way. That ain't funny. Messing with people's lives because I didn't vote for gay marriage in Minnesota here. I'm serious. If because I didn't vote for gay marriage and I quote the Bible and I tell the truth about liars at the college, if I become the threat, if I become dangerous, as if I was gonna go down to the campus and do what? We're in big trouble, folks. Huge. And I'm in big trouble because there's nowhere to get in to fit in. I understand. Granddaddy Trump would just soon hang me high than look at me. But I ain't bending over and grabbing the ankles for them people lying about me either. Or the polar bears lying about me. I don't know really what to do, but the problem is not me. It's not. Just simply isn't. I don't care what, because I guarantee if I had access to every secret microphone and camera, I'd find something on every one of my accusers. Every one. We'd be right back to Jesus would have that woman at the well, and he'd say, hey, ye without sin cast the first stone, and one by one, they'd go home. I guarantee it. Because it's just like this here. The verse of the day, Matthew 24:35. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. You might control society, you might be above the law, but you ain't fooling God, and you're going to answer to God one day. And you ain't any different than me. If we had every keystroke, everything you ever uttered, everything you ever did, you ain't any different than me. As long as you ain't Jeffrey Dahmer or Jared Allen from Subway, we the same. I report, you decide, and the problem is you got devils deciding now, or you just got resources are so limited. People know the truth, but they take care of their own. We only got so many resources to go around, son. Sorry, we put you on the prayer list. Thanks for playing. But if you think I'm going to accept that the problem is me or I've gotten too excited, I have made up nothing. And I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, When enough things start happening, you're just like, hey, this, and you start noticing everything, and you're like, but there's just some things you just cannot avoid. But hashtag I'm not your goat. Hashtag go find another goat. I'm a sheep. Bah, bah. Okay? On that note, I suppose I should read the Bible. Or I should wait, maybe. Make a headline so it's easily accessible and located. So where I'm at is the only problem I'm having, like if I was talking to a doctor, armchair psychiatrist, I would say, and so I did through the virus. I did kind of go up the incline, get kind of worked up, and now I'm like halfway down the mountain now, back to complete, absolute, just acceptance and absolute, perfect, sweet spot of window of tolerance, absolute mindfulness, focused like a laser beam. Is I'm just making that adjustment to not let this stuff bother me and be able and realize it's gonna happen or could happen, and I think that's where maybe the great minds, the people that are successful, succeed in life, you have to realize you can only do so much, and you have to be able to compartmentalize some of that and put that off on a partition and realize, yeah, okay, you don't know exactly what's been going on, you can't change it, you're relatively okay, you have what you need now. Focus, dedicate your energy to figuring out a way to be completely independent, an absolute productive member of society in a growing, challenging world, right? How that, and not waste energy feeling like I have to give a deposition every day and waste all my time and energy anymore. That it served its purpose. I did what I've said basically enough, and hopefully there's going to be no more problems because I'm done with school. I'm not done with school. I still need 3 credits. I'm going to purchase the CPA review, that unless something else, my intentions are to study for the CPA, whether I take that in 2 years or 10 years. My intentions are to get work in an accounting department of some sort as an apprentice, so I can ask questions, I can fix my truck, whatever. So I still have lots of learning to do. I need to focus. I need to be able to concentrate. I've done nothing that would construe a threat. If anything, the threats have been against me. The smashed mirrors, the license plates, the dog. How does Tom do that to his nail? I'm just asking. Strange stuff that I can't explain. The podiatrist. If this was all for a purpose, I would have thought Ashton Kutcher would have popped out at some point here a while back and said, all right, dude, we're just messing with you. You're cool. We know you're not going to flip out. Come on, you're going with us. Other than that, this has got to be the devil. That's the only other answer. It has to be the devil, and the devil's very patient. He's out in the parking lot doing push-ups, waiting for one screw up. I got to be squeaky clean for the rest of my life. 100% squeaky clean, not for 10 years, for the next 50 years, because that devil and those whack-a-mole zombies are right there waiting while they hack my computer left and right. They own the internet. Tiny Timmy, if you get an iPad, at least you still got a chance with Bill Gates. You go with that iPad, all they do is what? Lower your mic. Mike Lindell, settle down. What are you getting so excited? Mike, you're raising your voice. Do you need some Valium now, Mike Lindell? Well, no, you invited me on this show to give my opinion, and I'm talking in a calm tone, except for now I'm raising my voice because you're taking my First Amendment. You're already trying to get our Second Amendment. We know there was voter fraud to the extent, and you knew how I thought, and you brought me on here just to lower my mic and piss me off and get me to lower my voice so you could say, hey, look at that guy. I don't know anymore. I just can't believe it. The United States of America, the greatest country ever known on God's green earth. Truly. Anymore? I don't know. Crumbling bridges, roads, infrastructure. I know I don't want to end up in a dungeon. I don't want to be in a cage, kids in cages, or old people, weirdos. I want to serve God, and I trust that God is going to keep me safe. He's kept me safe this far, and I've told the truth. Everything, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Man, got plenty more to talk about to say. I have to, but I've not lied. Embarrassed myself? Yep, sure. But not lied once. Exaggerated? Nope. Accurate? I don't know. Just because I might be wrong on a couple things, you know, doesn't make the other 98% untrue. Doesn't make it okay. I guess I got going a little, because I haven't heard anything. I got nothing in the mail. I haven't got an email. I was ordered by the Gestapo once again. That whole, we'll call you, don't call us. You don't get to report anything. We're going to go into a small little room and nobody's going to know any except me and this recorder here. And I'm hoping you're going to say some incriminating stuff and some stuff I can charge you with. Otherwise, I'm not going to include that in the report. And nobody's going to hear this except for me and that one other tiny Timmy that can shut your iPad down. Nobody else is going to know about this, so you better be nice to me. And maybe I won't eat you or give you a shit sandwich. And then I'm going to write this report up however I feel like, because I didn't allow you to send me an email to tell the world what the facts were, because I'm trying to fundamentally change society. And the best way to lie about you and get people to believe crap and or destroy your life and what, get a red flag with threats, is to get you that you don't get to say a word. And I'm going to order you that you can't say a word. And when you do, then I get to report you for what? Disorderly conduct. You can't respond to the dean. Who does she think she is? The Supreme Court or something? You are not allowed. I understand you're not allowed to talk to the teacher while for the few days where they find out whether she's lying. But the fact that you can't even ask a question to the dean, I mean, who does she think she is? The black Nazi. Iron control. And so I would have so I left her alone after I told her what happened. I left her alone for the last week and a half. Not one email telling me what's going on, a meeting, nothing. Just more games, by the devil. Because this ain't this can't be a right or left thing anymore. But I've done nothing really in the last year to deserve any of this now. For this to continue to go. Nothing. Pure and simple. I deserve to have my right and view on life and views on the Bible, just like anybody else does. Now I'm tired. So I think I'm gonna take a cat nap. I think it's time for a cat nap. Okay. That's what I think. Because I feel better that I addressed the lies, the deceit, the deception, the outright slander, the dangerous, the potential to destroy my life, steal my Second Amendment again. And if you think I don't care, I mean, I feel better because at least I tried, and hopefully there's enough people that still truly go by the law and order, not a secret FISA card or some baloney that they've done in their own lives that's just not on camera, or they didn't get recorded or caught in a text message or something. Most people, except for a few. I guess a few were perfect. Not many. But hopefully Tom's okay. But that's what I was thinking about last night. How in the world would how can I empathize with one thing, but yet let all the while accepting what their people have done to me too? I don't know which one's worse. Is it the polar bears, or is it those guys? Is it those guys in Philadelphia, or is it those liars? I'm not sure. I don't know what can I do in front of me today? What can I do today? I can have something to eat. I can I can think about ordering the Becker CPA. You know, I'd like to study that for about 8-10 hours a day, and not talk anymore. That's what I want, and I'm not, and that so that's the only, as far as being fired up, or being out of the window of tolerance, or having any issues of anything not helping me. I just need to just prioritize my day and stop feeling like, in order to save my way of life and preserve everything I've worked for and all my goals, that I got to keep talking and responding to the devil and his lies and whatever they're doing. I have to just let go and let God, and realize that as long as I don't drink a beer, I don't abuse drugs, and I read my Bible and I pray. Again, I have to trust what I say. I have to do what I preach, and that's just trust God. But it's not easy, because I've worked so long and so hard to develop where I'm going. Yeah, sure, it took me forever, but I mean, I'm right there from having a career that could, you know, other than a $10 or $15 an hour job. I'm right there. I'm right there to being possibly to meeting that one person that God created for me and having a baby or two. I'm right there from finding that own river. I'm right there. And I don't want that taken away from me by people that hate my way of life and people that actually think like me but don't like me. So I need to, if there was one thing, yeah, I need to let go of that kind of focus. It's not an obsession. It's just I need to stop wasting time on stuff. But I still think it matters. My life matters, Black lives matter, white lives matter, all lives matter. Hispanic lives matter, Asian lives matter, and yes, white lives still matter too. All lives matter, and my life matters. And I just won't bend over and grab the ankles. Just because you tell me to do that, I'm not gonna do that. I won't do it for you. And I don't think God's gonna allow it. And I'm sure if you don't know anything, you don't have context, you haven't watched all my videos, you don't know. I mean, I'm talking about a year, I'm talking about a lifetime. But I'm talking about a year and a half of some really strange stuff where everybody was a little weird and there's just unexplainable things. I understand. I'll give you that. I mean, just stumbling across my YouTube videos, sure, there, and especially at the peak, the height of my frustration of being locked in this house for a year, only leaving twice. All the hacking, putting up with guys telling me sometimes we just need to take the internet from guys like you. And this is all after I gave up chat. I got off debating people. Sure, I got a little hyper. My reaction was a little escalated, but I am no longer that way. I've completely settled down, and we're basically down to me from a clinical standpoint, from any type, other than the fact that, look, if you've got a doctor that is with these people down at that college, can you imagine what the fuck a doctor would say? Can you fucking imagine the shit they would come up with? They'd have me in a fucking straitjacket, trazodone. There's nothing wrong with me except I don't think like them, and the polar bears don't like me. That's the problem. Plain and simple. And I guess as long as nobody's going to hurt me, and they're going to let me keep all my fingers and toes, and I get to continue doing what I'm doing, I'll get bored. As long as they stop lying about me, I'll get bored. I'm regurgitating this to nobody other than, it's like I said, the Bible says nothing you say, no word uttered will go unnoticed by God. Like I said, not everybody's been recorded, but God's recording everything. You're not going to fool him on Judgment Day. You might control the world and be in power, but you're going to answer for what you've done to me, and you're going to answer for what you've done. And so there's no problem with me. I'm a threat to nobody. I don't even leave my house. As long as you say stay out of my safe space, there's no problem at all. I'm a red-blooded American who likes medium rare steak. Okay. And the Second Amendment. Now, mommy, we might have to go into some area. If you really want to, we can do it. We don't need to. Why waste the time other than You want to melt down every damn gun in the entire world. I'm going to watch Tucker Carlson. That's special. You know, Tucker Carlson is only going to ruin my life if I really screw up. Those Democrats are going to come hell or high water by hook or crook lies, whatever they got to do, they're going to try to destroy my life, no matter what. Just maybe. Just maybe if I don't screw up, Tucker will not hang me. I'll take my chances with them then. Because I ain't going to be happy the other way. If I got to fundamentally change the way I live and what I believe to the point where I'm not even myself, it's not worth it. I think they call that integrity or something. Fidelity. But I agree. I definitely, but I mean, I'm settled down. So that argument isn't going to work. And I really want to I'm close to, some things need to stop and go away. Excuse me. You know, because it's easy to talk, but it's to try to learn something and learn it on a level where you're actually having retention. It's a whole different ball game. And no, I am not completely, I'm getting close again. I mean, I've been going to school this whole time. I am not done with school. In fact, I'm considering taking some loans out and going back to law school. Seriously. Because I'm not that good at math anyways. Now, if I could be a forensic accountant like Ben Affleck, then yeah, I'd be Poindexter with my pocket protector, and I'd be figuring out all the forensic account. That would be fun. Figuring out who's swindling, where the money, this and that. You know, figuring out how Larry and Jerry will do anything for a dime till 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm going fishing with half the kingdom. Y'all can sit here and figure out how to save a dime for the next 6 hours. Even if I was smart enough, not interested. I'm only interested in the financial, you know, where'd the money come from? Where is it? Where's it going? That's just the type of way my mind operates. Rules and regulations. Okay, so but we'll see. I don't know. I'm half joking because why would I? I think I could go, but we don't need another lawyer. Do we need another guy that's gonna? I don't have a lot of faith in lawyers either. You know, hey, I'll call you. Don't call me. By the way, I'm talking to your mom, who's just like them people down at the college. And she ain't talked to you ever since she found out you voted for Trump twice. I had to pray about it the second time. I was the first one on the internet. If you remember that on Pal Talk, this was way before he ever came down the escalator. I had a dream. That's right. I had a dream that one day the little black boys and black girls would play with the white boys and white girls. I said, I had a dream. No, really, I did. I had a dream. I was in like a post office or something. And this was months. This was way before anybody was even, I mean, Trump was not even on the radar. Okay. Swear to God, on my grandma's grave. This was 6 to 8 months even before he come down the escalator and reported. Now, I'm sure there was people behind the scenes, obviously, because that's why I had the dream. So the other people had the dream too, I suppose. But I was the first one on Paul Talk, campaign car with his, his MIT little sketchy board. He's like, Gary for president. Gary climbed Mount Everest. Gary smokes marijuana. I'm voting for Gary. I'm like, yeah, good luck with that. You don't own any guns, do you? Go get his guns. He smokes pot. And you're like, I'm like 6 months before I have this dream that you know how they got the pictures of the presidents up in the Social Security office or the post office? I was in there and I saw a picture of Donald Trump. And so I said, I think Donald Trump's going to be president. Everybody said, no, you're crazy, camper. You're nuts. There's no chance. Yeah, it's on the NSA database. I was the very first. And finally, I got confident enough. I said, nope, I really. And then when he come down that escalator with that gal who's 25 years younger than her, and he's just fine because he's got $1 million in the bank. But boy, golly, if you'd ever catch Camper looking at 18-year-old girls on the internet, oh my goodness, what a creeper, huh? No, not at all. Just matters how many zeros you get in your bank account. And so I was the first one that had that dream, or at least on Pal Talk. Everybody said no way. And then all of a sudden, and in fact, I supported Trump based on the Second Amendment, borders, the basics. And everybody was like, no. Even Dan, I ain't mad at nobody. Little Dan, I'm starting to wonder if Dan's Hawaii 5-0. I'm wondering if Dan was out here. Was Dan out here with the shiny object? Starting to wonder who Dan is. Dano, book him, Dano. Just kidding. I'm just being funny now, folks. Take that with a grain of salt. And so Dan from Lamb of God, even he didn't support Trump in the beginning. Oh God, now it's like, oh, Trump, and now he's in love with the guy. I was the first person that advocated because of that dream that Trump was going to be president, round one, term one. For 6 months, I kept saying Trump for president. Everybody said, you're stupid. You're a drunk. You're crazy. No. The second time around, I had to pray about it. I prayed about it. But I still went with Trump. Okay? I did. And, but just to show you that I'm fair and balanced, for example, if I was at like a White House Correspondents' dinner, you know how uncomfortable it gets when they start roasting the president sitting there? One of mine would probably be, hey, Granddaddy Trump, I love you. I voted for you twice, sir. And but hey, buddy. I mean, hey, if you think you're going to be president after it's like this, Trump being president again would be like, oh, I don't know, a gal or her dad taking a restraining order out on you and still thinking you're going to get married, unless it was just the dad. I mean, never know, right? Just kidding. That would be like Granddaddy Trump thinking he's going to get reelected again. It's not that I don't love you or support you. I'm like, but if you really think this, we got to start talking like lithium, trazodone. You want to talk medication? If anybody out there really thinks that's possible? And you know why? Because not only that, but you've got 4 years. Not only are they you can't take over all the voting fraud, number one. Number two, these re-education cesspools are lying like that to destroy guys that you think, they've been churning them out, training them up to hate. Hey, look, I voted for a commander-in-chief, not a pastor-in-chief. The last pastor-in-chief was the peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter. We ain't had one since. Ain't never gonna have one again. Yeah. You ain't gonna need to build a wall. They're gonna be running out of here in about 10 years. Maybe less. I'm not a hater. I'm saying, hey, my parents came through Ellis Island. Why should it be any different? Hey, I didn't vote. I voted on borders, gun, Second Amendment, First Amendment, religious freedom. Hey, I don't know about good guys in Philadelphia being. I don't know about good people being on both sides. I don't know about all that. But once again, like Martin Luther King said, I look at him. I judge a man on the content of his character, not the color of his skin. Yep, that's what I'm saying. I'm judging you on your policy and what you say you want to do. Hey, I want to go hunting, fishing. I want you to seal up that border a little bit. At least make them dig a hole for a while, or climb. They gotta fly in a helicopter or a drone, or they gotta climb over the fence. At least slow them down a little bit instead of ruining it for everybody. So the Union boys, they got a white polar bear up here. So he's living a good life while 5 guys that don't even speak English in Forest Lake, Minnesota are waking me up to a jackhammer at 5 in the morning, and I still don't have my downspouts. And you're going to tell me I'm getting out of the window of tolerance? No, I'm not. I'm very calm. But I'm a little irritated. And I understand I'm pretty much done talking about this, and I'm going to start studying my accounting again. But I don't think there's a lot of hope. Because the problem is not me. The problem is hypocritical polar bears with a forked tongue speaking out of both sides of their mouth. Okay? The problem's not me. It's just not. That's fine. If you want to say if you think I'm not a nice guy, the first time around 52%, not the popular vote, okay, but 50% of the country still voted for what half of America and most of the world says is the biggest prick ever known to humankind, and his name is Donald J. Trump. And you think I'm a little asshole? Come on. Here's what I'm saying. You want to get the Republic, you got to rebrand the party name. You got to change the name. Okay. Guilfoyle and Junior Mints are not gonna look they're not gonna. If you want to have fun, look, if you want to just get together and eat cake, I know a few cake eaters down in Edina. I work for Maxwell and all them. Hey, if you want to get around and have a little party and drink a little tea and eat a little cake and have some camaraderie, that's fine. Then you got to run Eric. He's good at PR. If you change the party name, he could, and his wife, he's been married to the same woman for 50 years. So you'll be able to get up to Christians again. Okay. Don and Don Jr. are not going to be president. No Trump, probably, but if you want, at least have some common sense and run Eric. And probably like a black woman. Okay. Other than that, we're going to have to start talking about some horse tranquilizers. And you want to talk about like what do they call that, Depakote or something, where you got to go get your blood checked. I don't need any medication. If y'all think Donald J. Trump is going to be real, y'all have some mental illness and you need to have your temperature checked. The problem is not me. That doesn't mean I didn't vote for him twice. I did. It means I'm realistic, common sense. That man is not getting reelected. Okay. They're not lying about me in the world. They're not doing the stuff they did to me down at that college. If you think they're going to let Donald J. Trump get after they half burned the country down? If you think he's good, if you think that's a good idea, you might want to have your head checked. And I'll make the prediction like I did. There'll never be another Republican in the White House as long as this republic exists. We'll have to turn into Venezuela. Probably in about 10 years, everybody be running out of here. Just like, hey, Granddaddy Trump's right. Hey, what's the matter? There's only so many that can be lettered agent assets. We've been around the world. We've been in the greatest institutions ever known to humankind. We've educated them. And what did we do? We sent them back. Yeah, sure, a few of them work for the CIA. Big deal. We're not the only big boy on the block. India, Japan, China, Russia. Granddaddy Trump says, I go over to Russia. Me and Putin we like to take our shirts off and ride on horseback on the beach, every once in a while. They've got these big, beautiful infrastructure, gorgeous buildings. Oh, I go over to Japan. You wouldn't believe it. I come back to America. I feel like I'm in Tijuana. No offense, folks. I feel like I'm in a third world country. I'm not a racist. I'm saying, why is it racist? I would marry a Hispanic girl. And you think I'm kidding? I'm about ready to, before they seal that border up, I'm about to make a run for the border. You think you're getting hungry for some Taco Bell with your polar bear buddy there? No, I'm talking about the Rio Grande. I'm about ready to make a beeline straight down there before they seal that baby up for real. I'm gonna wait for a real cute one, about 18, to come swimming across the river. I'm like, honey, get in, let's go. We're going north, sweetie pie. We're getting married. Let's go. Get you some papers before they seal this thing up. Hey, I'm not a racist. I'm just saying, of all places, Forest Lake, military, supposedly original conservative, 200, and you got one white guy telling five guys that don't even speak English, hammering my door, and you wonder why I'm out of the window of tolerance? You shouldn't. I'm just saying, why can't we do things fair? If we continue to let these people pour in here, it's going to ruin it for everybody. That's not racism. That's that's called being a patriot. That doesn't mean I'm going to go marching in Philadelphia with in a white hood. But apparently that black Nazi down there at that cesspool thinks so. And I'm just as ashamed that they would treat me that way. I mean, but they decided to get rid of me because I'm not like them and I didn't vote for gay marriage. I'm not liberal enough. I'm not liberal enough for them, and I'm not right-wing Republican enough for the polar bears up here either. What do? Do I go J-dub on them? Do I just say I'm done with politics? I turn the TV off. I'm not watching the news because somebody's going to accuse me of something. Somebody's going to say, oh, he's watching that, so now we're going to do this. Somebody's going to find something. And my parents, and I'm not getting any younger, and if you think I'm going to do something, I think that's why they're doing it. They're so frustrated that I didn't do something stupid. They can't handle it. So now they're just saying, sometimes you need to turn people's phones off. Sometimes you need to take the internet away from people. Sometimes you just what? You just got to murder people? Is that right, bad boy? Is that what you got to do sometimes? Is there anything you want on your tombstone? The guy asked. Yeah, the guy asked the one guy. He's like, hey, I always wanted to dress like a peacock. Yeah, I've had enough, but that doesn't make me the problem. That doesn't mean that I'm overly my reaction to what's happened. Now, I truly am reaching the point where I just, but then something else happens. But something great happened. I got my degree and I can move on with life. I truly feel like it's a waste of time. I'm really starting. There's not any fruit that I can see. I'm not going to change society. I'm not trying to. I'm not going to influence. I don't have the platform. I don't even know who knows even if anybody. Now I got a new Facebook. So this is literally for friends and family. That's why I recreated it. I hope I don't have that. I don't care if anybody watches. It's mostly for myself and any law enforcement for any depositions or anything that would have to present in court. That's why I'm creating it, to help facilitate the time. And it'll be simple. So, because if I have to sue that school for my degree, I will. But I truly just want to just learn something that I can pay my bills at a level that allows my wife to stay home and raise our children. Yeah, so other people aren't. So I don't pay somebody else to raise my kids because they're a nuisance. And you wonder why people get divorced and why kids are so confused. It's because strangers are raising your children. I mean, it's so common sense, but that's their whole goal, and they've got so many. All they do is they just start lying and make you look crazy. And then the polar bears don't like you, so they just start giving you citations and make you disappear, I guess. I don't know. Or just the straight up the devil from the World Wide Web. The devil. I guess in 25 years of chatting on every platform there ever was, you're bound to run into the devil a time or two. But I'm well aware. I'm the old guy. I'm Grandpa Nicky Graybeard now. My parents are old, 80 and 70 something. I mean, this is no time to be sloughing or screwing off or taking. I mean, I knew that years ago, but I made my last mistake and I figured, hey, I better try to talk to a naked lady before I die. I mean, try to talk to a naked. I better try to talk to a lady and get her naked before I get married to her before I die. And Daddy says, I would not try that again. If you start feeling like that where you're going to talk to a girl again, I tell you what, I know you don't really like me and we don't see eye to eye, but we both voted for. I'll tell you what, son, I'll keep you meet me at the Bunny Ranch in Nevada. I'll meet you there and we'll go golfing we'll hang out for a few days. I'll be in the other room. Make sure you're safe. And you can touch a naked lady one time before you die. I promise you that for as being your daddy. And I says, Dad, well, I just don't think that goes. And then he got to asking me, what do you read that Bible all the time for? And I said, well, that's why I'm scared to meet you at the Bunny Ranch, Daddy. Hi, sweetheart. My baby. Yes, my sweetie baby. Are you gonna get me to give you some? You want a little bit? Okay. Didn't I feed you yet? I fed you already. Didn't I? Did I not feed you? I swear I fed you. Well, you girls are getting double today. Nope. Yeah, because Daddy says, yeah, I don't know about all this mirrors and the license plate and the gap, but he's like, I'm like, Daddy, I just don't think it would be a good idea to get buck stock naked with a gal that takes money for sex with all that's been going on. And he's like, well, don't worry, son. I mean, I'll be in the room next door, and I'll make sure nobody hurts you. And I'm like, I don't think so, Daddy. I mean, it's it's tempting. I sure would like to touch a naked lady one time before I die, but I've been reading that Bible that you asking me about, and I think I'd be shaking in my boots, Daddy. I don't think I could perform. If I had to pay a woman to, I don't think I don't think I could do it, Daddy. And he's like, you are a little different than me, ain't you? And I'm like, yeah. So, but look, folks. I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect from people that used to be, Democrats and stuff and moderate? I mean, hey, but hey, look, I guess it is kind of sort of though. Like, I guess one egg is better than no egg. So I guess somebody that is maybe going to keep it a law, protect religious freedom a little bit yet, not make it a crime if you say homosexuality. I guess that's better than nobody, that, or that they're going to lock you up for it. But then now that you talk to that polar bear's daughter, I mean, they're going to try to lock you up for the rest of your life. You got to get out of Dodge, son. Meet me at the bunny ranch and we'll go from there. Yeah, I don't know, folks, but I just want to report that anything you've ever seen. I mean, I'm so settled down. I'm literally, I'm like right to the point where I'm just not gonna. I mean, I keep thinking that, but then, but if I don't drink that, like it's I drink that coffee all day. If I don't drink that coffee, the only thing that's gonna happen is I'll get out of that bed, I'll make something to eat, and I'll either lay back in that bed or sit in that chair, and I might be able to read the Bible. other than that, nothing's getting done. So I just need to realize that things are the way they are, and I can't really change them. And get focused. Continue, talk with somebody to stay in that window of tolerance, and just start realizing I can't control things that are. I can't control most things, and I know God protects me. And getting frustrated and spending energy where you really can't do anything, all it's doing is either delaying or possibly even getting to the point where my goals are going to become unattainable, because whether I'm aging out or I don't learn enough to be able to have an income for what I'm trying to do before it's too late. But like I said, I mean, I've seen guys on Fox News, they're the law enforcement guys, they're in their 50s. I've seen a couple, two, three of them, and they're like, yeah, I just got married again, and I got a baby, and so I mean, it's possible, right? But if I sit around and keep talking about this stuff, well, that's then I'm not getting things done that I need to get done to get to my goals. So I'm aware of that, um, but I'm fine. There's no problem. I'm not mad at nobody. Okay, and I don't want to hurt myself for others. Never did. But I do want to be left alone. I just want to live my life, man. And I don't want my doggy to get hurt, or my family, or me. I'm still pretty. I'm pretty slick Willie. I'm kind of a what did he call me, a weasel. I'm pretty good at dodging them. Yet I'm pretty young, pretty nimble, pretty quick. I'm a tough guy to tail. I keep them guessing and stuff, but that ain't always going to be like that. So I'm a little tougher to get to, but uh, you know, by the grace of God, you see. So, but I just want to turn it all over to God, and just but I just don't feel 100% there. Why? I've never felt this way in my life. Have I ever felt like anything that's gone on and it's really the last 6 months, but have you ever thought anybody was following you? No. Have you ever been parent? Did you ever think or hear noise? Do you ever think anybody? No, never. Did you ever think there was a conspiracy against people to just continue lying, not give you downs? Never. How could this possibly happen? How could that many? I don't know, the internet. I'm thinking that they've got a database. It's some sort of watch. It's a list of Christians and Jews by the liberals, and then all they got to do is get a couple of polar bears that they don't like you on board, and you're done. They've got you in a list. They can monitor you, your every move. Where you? I mean, they get. It ain't that tough. You get one or two guys that want to destroy your life in a lettered agency. It's all secret to begin with. I've been talking to them for 25 years, and all they got to do is send a couple videos of me saying I didn't vote for gay marriage to a liberal professor at a college or something. Who knows? I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, but I mean, it wouldn't anything. Like, how could this many things go wrong? And that's what I said to her. I didn't say everybody's against me. Look, folks, if somebody approaches you today and says, I think everybody's out to get me, and the world. Okay, yeah. Send them to the closest psychiatrist. Okay, yeah, and go. Yeah, okay, I didn't say that. Or all I meant was a lot of things have not went great for me, and she exploited it, and I just can't believe it. That's why I keep talking about it. I just can't believe it. And most of all, it's sad. It's sad it had to end that way. I tried to trust. Just trust me. I tried. I couldn't. Just couldn't. I tried. My GPA, the look on your face, the hostility, the anger, the lies. The exaggerations, all on tape. No response, no email, nothing. Reporting me for plagiarism. I couldn't get over it. Makes me sad. I wanted nothing more to finish on that course. And so I got a tiny bit of acceptance there yet, and then I've got a tiny bit of just kind of getting refocused here. But I'm there. I'm right there. And there's no problems. I feel fine. I'm calm. I'm great. Relatively speaking, like I said, I mean, the Bible says be happy with your raiment, your clothing, your shelter, your what. Hey, I've got food, water, clothing, and yeah, it's a lot of work and it's been such a headache, but my computer is still running. Got to reset it every 24 hours, but it's still on. So, relatively speaking, life is okay for me. Nobody's hurting me. Nobody's still a lot of weird stuff, but yeah, so anyways, that's that. And now I pretty much spent my morning exhausting myself, but there must have been a purpose. And so now I'm going to read the Bible. And figure out if I want to buy the Becker CPA thing or if I'm going to. Yeah, given the like, I don't want to take my truck to a mechanic. You understand. So I'm thinking YouTube videos, but I should have kept an iPad so I could have it sitting out there. So as I'm fixing the truck, I could watch the video. But I'm just like, that's just more money that not right at the moment. And I'm worried Tiny Tim's going to turn it off. And I wasn't sure. So I don't know. But I got to figure out what. It's scary to think about being without parents, with no brothers or sisters. It's really like kind of scary to think about. I really, really wish I would have had some blood, or I really, really wish I would have had some kids that I could, maybe not be in their life every day, but I wish I could. I wish I could have some family to talk to that at least doesn't think I'm an absolute deplorable or wants to lie about me like those people down at the college, that would respect me for just doing the best I can and try. And so it's getting kind of nerve-wracking to think, if this is going on while my parents are alive, like what could possibly happen if they were gone? Like, gonna have no family? Like, but I think God will provide as long as I don't have a beer. And I keep trying. And I stop worrying about the secret doctrines and the Jeremys telling me how stupid I am. The Kents, the Hollywood elites, the Hollywoodos, telling me how much more important to the world they are, because they could barely do algebra, but somehow they sold their soul to Satan and they're millionaires and they control the world now too, that they're somehow special. And because of that, even my own daddy asks me, what do you think? What do you think you're special? You read that Bible all the time? No, but like, I don't know what else to do other than tell the truth and continue to refute the lies until they stop. And once they stop, then I could actually study my accounting. Because if they destroy my life, the accounting means nothing. The job means nothing. If they destroy my way of life of being sustainable, being out where I can have a garden and plant my own tomatoes, my own vegetables, and reaping the fruit of my labor, planting a garden so that I can get up every morning and go pick half the kingdom a fresh red rose and write her a sweet little post-it note every morning to tell her how special she is. If I can't do that and they take away the ability for me to protect myself, well, then none of it matters. If they destroy the Second Amendment, none of it matters. If they destroy the First Amendment, none of it matters. It's already tough enough. If I can't get these polar bears to leave me alone, nothing matters. But it all stays okay with God, though. I'm praying like heck, praying without ceasing that they're not successful in destroying me or letting lies stick or false charging me, or that none of this prevails in Jesus' name. Hashem, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel, the eternal home and capital of the Israelites and the Jewish people. If I just have to trust that no matter what anybody thinks, I know I'm doing the next right thing. I know I am, and I have to believe in myself. It doesn't matter if I'm as smart as the Secret Doctrine or Jeremy or Cal or Carl, even though they do drugs and they're still smarter. They smoke pot and they can, it's like, yeah, sure. Most of those guys, I mean, just to make it fair, they got to tie one hand behind their back to, when they have an argument or send a rocket to the moon. I mean, they got to handicap themselves just to make it fair with Nicky Boy. But I know in my heart, and I'm becoming at peace with that. And so that's why I'm settling down. When I'm in sin, or if I look at a naked lady, well, then that peace that passes all understanding goes away. If I look at a naked lady that's not mine, and I'm not married to, all that goes out the window, and I'm back to them continuing to make me feel the way that I felt, and without drinking a beer, and sticking to what I believe in, the way I was raised, and how of all the things, and it's not just conservatives, it's liberals too. I have a variety of thoughts, not just one-sided, that I've developed and cultivated over 20 some years of listening to people talk, some of the greatest minds on the planet. Okay. And that I got to be satisfied that I'm at peace with God, and pray that God does not allow them to destroy everything that I've worked for and everywhere that I'm trying to go. And as long as I'm doing that, then I have to realize that's all I can do, and I can't force anything. And, acceptance is a whole different ballgame. But, like I said, I mean, if they're going to prevail, red or blue or polar bear or tutti frutti, America's done. If I'm your worst problem and you're going to let them destroy me for whatever reason, then I'd say it's all over. And I know I'm repeating myself, but it's worth repeating. I'm hoping. They say, what do they say? Time heals all. Not sure. Maybe most things. I'm hoping enough time goes by, right, and then people find other things to worry about, or they realize I'm not that. They don't have to worry that much, or they get bored with me, or they realize I'm not going to walk in a pile of doo-doo and they're wasting their time and I'm not their goat, and they find somebody else to mess with, maybe, hopefully, I pray to God. But this has never happened before. And oh, man. But I suppose I was going to make a headline, but truly, I used to care, like if somebody important or somebody successful. I used to, I did. I used to care what they thought of me. But I'm with Auntie Avis now. I really don't care. You're gonna think what you're gonna, and it might be true. Maybe it is. But I'm still gonna enjoy my life. I'm still gonna try to serve God. I'm still gonna try to do something and live the way I want to live. I'm not gonna let other people that hate my guts want to probably see me dead. Probably want to do bad things. Why should I care? It's human nature to care what other people think of you. But I don't. I don't think I don't really care. I mean, I care, but I don't care. I'm starting to not care. I'm only doing this to protect me, not literally. I'm doing this to cover my ass. That's all. This is Acts 14. Paul and Barnabas in Iconium, and it came to pass in Iconium that they went both together into the synagogue of the Jews, and so spake that a great multitude, both of the Jews and also of the Greeks, believed. But the unbelieving Jews stirred up the Gentiles and made their minds evil affected against the brethren. Long time, therefore, abode they, speaking boldly in the Lord, which gave testimony unto the word of his grace, and granted signs and wonders to be done by their hands. But the multitude of the city was divided, and part held with the Jews, and part with the apostles. And when there was an assault made both of the Gentiles and also of the Jews, with their rulers to use them despitefully and to stone them, they were ware of it and fled unto Lystra and Derbe, cities of Laconia, and into the region that lieth round about. And there they preached the gospel. Verse 8 of Acts chapter 14, in Lystra. And there sat a certain man at Lystra, impotent in his feet, being crippled from his mother's womb, who never had walked. The same heard Paul speak, who steadfastly beholding him, and perceiving that he had faith to be healed, said with a loud voice, stand upright on thy feet. And he leaped and walked. And when the people saw what Paul had done, they lifted up their voices, saying in the speech of Lycaonia, the gods are come down to us in the likeness of men. And they called Barnabas Jupiter and Paul Mercurius because he was the chief speaker. Then the priest of Jupiter, which was before their city, brought oxen and garlands unto the gates, and would have done sacrifice with the people, which when the apostles Barnabas and Paul heard of, they rent their clothes and ran in among the people, crying out and saying, Sirs, why do ye these things? We also are men of like passions with you. Men of like passions. Nothing new under the sun, folks. Judy Garland or Garland? Who's Judy Garland? And saying, Sirs, why do ye these things? We also are men of like passions and like naked ladies with you, and preach unto you that ye should turn from these vanities, because all is vanity, the Bible says, unto the living God, which made heaven and earth and the sea and all things that are therein, who in times past suffered all nations to walk in their own ways. Nevertheless, he left not himself without witness, in that he did good and gave us rain from heaven and fruitful seasons, filling our hearts with food and gladness. And with these sayings, scarce restrained they the people, that they had not done sacrifice unto them. And there came thither certain Jews from Antioch and Iconium, who persuaded the people, and having stoned Paul, drew him out of the city, supposing he had been dead. Howbeit, as the disciples stood round about him, he rose up and came into the city, and the next day he departed with Barnabas to Derbe. Verse 21 of Acts. Returning to Antioch in Syria, and when they had preached the gospel to that city and had taught many, they returned again to Lystra and to Iconium and to Antioch, confirming the souls of the disciples and exhorting them to continue in the faith, and that we must through much tribulation enter into the kingdom of God. Oh man, is that what this is? They didn't tell me about that at the Lutheran church. And when they had ordained them elders in every church, and had prayed with fasting, they commended them to the Lord, on whom they believed. And after they had passed throughout Pisidia, pisseth against the wall, they came to Pamphylia, Pamphylias. And when they had preached the word in Perga, they went down into Attalia, and thence sailed to Antioch, from whence they had been recommended to the grace of God for the work which they fulfilled. And when they were come and had gathered the church together, they rehearsed all that God had done with them, and how he had opened the door of faith unto the Gentiles. And there they abode long time with the disciples. I did not. Did I? Last night? Read. Get a job. Get a job. 32? 32. Hey. Man, don't man, that's the second time I've done that. I swear somebody's when you text somebody when you start texting somebody and you think you're talking to your mother and you're talking to somebody that's horrible. Not that you would change anything you said, obviously, because you have integrity and you stand behind everything you say, but you didn't intend it to go to that person or for them to to see it. Oh well, what can you do? Everything in God's world happens for a reason. That's frustrating. I don't like texting. But at least I'm not one of those, like Westboro Baptist. I had Bad Boy asked me if I was still gay. I'm thinking, Bad Boy, you're the one who asked me, you're the one who kept inviting me into the gay preachers for Jesus room like two or three times. I'm like, what was that? I'm like, what do you mean, am I still gay? I never was gay. But I never did join Westboro Baptist and get out a God hates fag signs or nothing like that. I wouldn't, that to me, that would be rude. That would be unkind. And I don't try to hurt people's feelings. Okay. Uh, so yeah, I wouldn't do that on purpose. Now, if I had a homosexual try to rape me in my butt, I might, I might use the F word. Yeah, sure. You say, well, have you ever had a homosexual try to rape you in your butt? What are you my therapist or something? I'm thinking, no, but well, I mean, if that happened, I would think it would be like, well, you know how black people get to use the N word? In fact, see, I was so comfortable. This was back in the day when, you remember, I had a starter coat and I listened to rap music before Village Idiot listened to rap music. And so they would use the N word and it was normal. And looking back, it was kind of bizarre, but we were that friendly and that close because, we played basketball and we sweat and like we rub sweat together like a couple of like pigs in mud or something. I mean, like I guess I was just real friendly with guys on the basketball court, and so they would be like, "Hey, what up?" The N word, and I'd be like, "Hey, what's going on?" And it was pretty. And they would only do that with guys they liked. But you know how the N word is normal between black people. I would say if like maybe like a homosexual man tried to rape you in your butt, you could probably use the F word and it'd be like similar to something like that. Is that a good analogy? Pun intended. But no, Bad Boy, I'm not. I never was gay. Yeah, see, I'm too raw. See, I wouldn't want to have like a podcast where I had to be politically correct or something. I got to be able to say what's on my mind without, the FCC or somebody trying to tell me what's okay and what's not. But, I seriously don't care if you're homosexual or the thing I don't like is it's become such a taboo topic. Like I can't even mention it. Like I'm not even allowed to discuss it. That sounds like Nazism again. Okay. Again, iron control. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm not. Hey, we got gay marriage. I mean, I don't. Hey, when's the last time I tried to go to the Supreme Court and overturn the gay marriage in Minnesota? Never. I don't care. I got the chart of accounts I got to memorize here real quick, and then get that Becker CPA and study that thing about 10 hours a day and fix my truck. I don't care if you want to sodomize your boyfriend or your whatever. That's your business. The Bible says it's sin. Same with, that's one of the quinky dinks that people don't know is that, did y'all know that the what is it, the Hebrew or the Greek or the Aramaic or something? The same word that is used for sodomy, sex in the butt, doing up the butt, whether it's male or female, is the same as oral sex. It's not permissible. It's against the law in the Old Testament. Oral sex, probably for good reason. I mean, hey, if something can bleed for 2 weeks and not die, yeah, I'm thinking you probably want to keep your face out of there. You probably don't want to piss it off too much either. I'm just saying. But yeah, the Bible, but God knew what He's talking about. I mean, but you really think about it. So I'm going to give you the raw. Now this is raw. But this is in the Bible, folks. So this, to me, I would teach this to my son, my children. What is there a good time? Yeah, sure. I'm preaching it. Whenever they understand it is a good time for them to know it. Okay. When it finally dawned on them, oh, that's what Daddy's talking about. Okay, fine. If you're going to try to convince them that he can have a sex change at 3 years old, I'm going to start teaching them this right in the womb. And what that is, look, after you've been all over, okay, if you've been doing the oral sex or whatever this, I'm thinking the last thing you probably do is want to kiss each other. I'm just saying, unless, I don't know, maybe not. That's what the Bible says. I'm pretty sure that's where, the Orthodox Jews, they got that old say, they only have sex on what? Christmas, Thanksgiving, and your birthday, and there's one other one for a bonus if you're a real good boy. And you're like, so they have sex, they just poke a hole in the sheet just to procreate. I don't know, but oral sex, the same, the Hebrew word for that it's in the same subcategory translated as sodomy. Whether it's oral sex or up the butt, it's all the same. God don't like it. And I'm not saying it ain't. Whatever. It's your business. I'll report. You decide. Okay? Not trying to make enemies. I'm just trying to tell you the truth. But I'm not going to spend 1 ounce on other people's sex lives. Number one, I don't care. Number two, I can't do anything about it. Number three, I got limited energy. I don't care. I'm just asking you do the same. You don't worry about my life and what I do. Don't ask me why I got to read that Bible so much, Daddy. Go have another beer, watch a football game, I guess, Daddy. And I'm not meeting you at the Bunny Ranch ever. Never again. Never. And why somebody couldn't support me? Because I'm not a radical, absolute radical, tutti frutti, liberal extremist that went along with the re-education cesspool system. Only God knows, but see, I guarantee it, this is the stuff that, all the conservative guys on the right, they want to say, but they can't say. Okay? And some of them are starting to say it. Well, some of it. But again, I acknowledge the fact, and that's why I got that polar bear citation there. Them polar bears growing impatient, they hibernate all winter and they come out and then, they get old too. And like I said, there's only so many resources to go around. But then you get to talking to one of the women and oh boy, them polar bears, they can get real. I never meant to poke the polar bear. I'm just little Nicky boy. And all I've ever been trying to do is stay alive. But I missed last night. I was so tired. I didn't read the Old Testament. So um, and plus, I'm worried about Tom. So I wouldn't study today anyways. I wouldn't expect today would be that day, and I gotta start. If I'm really gonna focus, get the buy the CPA review. The first thing I do is not have coffee and catnapper with my camera friend. The first thing I do is I forgot to pray yet. Is I read my Bible, I take a shower, and I start studying, and then Sunday night I come on for an hour and hit some talking points of what I did during the week, right? I don't sit here and just babble, because that's. I think. Well, I'm frustrated that I don't have my other account though. But apparently, God wanted it out there still, because I was thinking about shutting it down. But apparently, God didn't. He didn't want me to close it, and I'm primarily gonna start to use this for friends and family. Not that I have any, but my imaginary stick family that I'm praying about that I'm gonna have. Again, I'm just trying to clear it up for any armchair, whoever you are, right? Or not. Maybe you're the real deal. Maybe you're the boss baby. I don't know. Maybe you're the whatever. Maybe you're the devil. Maybe who knows? Maybe there could be anybody out there that I suppose. But I'm trying to clear it up for you about who I am, what I'm doing, what my goals are, where I'm trying to go, and what's kind of been happening. And I'm trying to demonstrate stability, stableness, being able to de-escalate, from acknowledging that I was kind of worked up for a while there, and it's just my personality. But I'm not going to take this from these liberal elites. I'm not taking it. And I don't need to, like I said originally, I don't need to go to Hawaii on a one-way ticket to a leper farm. I got cleared up. Oh, that reminds me. We're almost out. Should we moisturize? Do you want to moisturize with me, camera friend? I'm worried. So today would be a day where I'm concerned, and Tom, until it's this afternoon. So that would be a normal, like if my parents are in a surgery, I don't care what it is, if they're going under, if there's an anesthesia involved, I'm not going to be in a calm enough mood to not have that on the back of my mind, right? And get some quality work done. I'm going to be thinking about that. So I wouldn't have gotten a whole lot done today. We'll see about tomorrow. I think tomorrow could be because it's been 2 or 3 days. I still can't believe it. I got my degree. And it's so cool. It's unprecedented, folks. For the very first time in human history, my college has released the electronic version. You can verify it. I got the code. I posted it on my Facebook. You look in the upper left corner, there's a code. You go to the website, and it'll verify this is legit. This guy BS'd his way. He convinced an accredited university to give him a 4-year degree. That's right. I worked for it, though. I really did too much, way too much. I only took a few accounting courses. There's only a few in a 4-year degree, right? Those accounting courses I read, there's only about 6, 8 of them. So yeah, this day was pretty much shot anyways, because I wouldn't have settled down enough to concentrate. I really am. I'm the type of guy, I really gotta, I gotta set the tone of the day, right? If I get up and start getting worked up about politics or religion or gender dysphoria or whatever, that's going to throw off my equilibrium and my ability to really, learn something that's right on the precipice of kind of, for me, it's right there of, that's the difference between sending the rocket to the moon or not. And just recognizing that and being aware demonstrates no mental illness, right? And like I always joked on Pal Talk, just because people are after me doesn't mean I'm paranoid. Okay? Just because people are lying about me and continuing this stuff doesn't mean I'm paranoid and I have multiple personality. It means they are militant and they're after me. And again, for the record, you said, why would you be so dumb to do that? Silence wasn't working. It was getting worse. That's why Don Lemon says silence is not an option. Silence kills. There's safety in numbers. You'd rather embarrass yourself in the whole front of the whole world and have a few people know the truth than nobody know the truth. Yeah, I mean, and you better be careful with the Steve Ducey's and the Hannitys and the Martha McCallums and the who's the other one they haven't destroyed? There's one, Tucker, and they've all but destroyed them all. You know it. If they could have gotten rid of those, they would have done it too. But they didn't have anything on them. Okay, they destroyed all them other ones that might have looked at a naked lady once or something. Okay, so you better not mess with those guys. And don't get me wrong, I understand there's a lot of There's a lot of mustache mafia. There's a lot of gay log cabin Republicans on it. And there's more and more, and they got more and more power. And most of the time, they're all right, but they don't like to hear it either. I mean, it's infiltrating and permeating all levels and all occupations of society. It just is. It might be. Is it? They say it's the end times. What is that? They've been saying Jesus Christ is going to return for 2,000 years. They've been saying we've been living in the end times. Auntie Lori will say, hey, this is nothing. Have you read about the bubonic plague? We're living in some of the greatest times in human history. And I'm thinking, yeah, but we ain't had the technology, the ability to destroy each other, to control each other, to let Tiny Tim turn off your iPad if you didn't vote for gay marriage and all this. And so, but to go that other way, it's like a guarantee. The only way you're getting soup and blueberry pancakes is if you voted for gay marriage. And if you didn't vote for gay, you got gay marriage on the other side, obviously. But that's the only place left. If you don't screw up, they might not ruin your way of life. Because them other ones, come hell or high water, they're going to do it. And they let the water in again. I got water in my entire, you want to see it? I'll show you later. It'll be there. The water has come out into my living room, and it's in my entire laundry room. Can you believe a guy that's been living somewhere for 10 years? They didn't put any drain tile when they had my sidewalk torn up. Can you believe it? What did I do that was so bad that you didn't do? Seriously, what have I done that you ain't done? Okay, there was maybe one time what all right. But seriously, what have I done that you to not have downspouts? Like, you just can't make it up anymore, folks. This is made for TV, like on the Hallmark Channel or something. This is like a document, like a made for TV, like. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't. I know you'd probably be a little more tactful, a little more tasteful if you were talking to directly to children. You probably wouldn't. I mean, it could come up in a sermon or discussion, but you wouldn't. Yeah, you'd probably want to avoid. I'll acknowledge that, but seriously, if they're gonna put transgender books in the library, and as a parent, I can't even object to I can't even get neutrality. And you're worried about me telling my children what the Torah says about sex? You know you shouldn't be. I mean, so your way of doing things has convinced children that Easter bunnies lay chocolate eggs, and there's a big fat guy that comes squeeze down your chimney and eats cookies and milk and leaves you presents. And now you want to take my kid away from me too? Take my parental rights? Let him cut his wiener, and you're worried about me telling him, hey, that's what the Bible says there about sex, son. What do you think, camera friend? Oh, hot coffee. Ooh, baby. Yeah. Mommy, stinky cheese factory. Let's go. you know. But I'm worried about Tom. I'm not going to know because they're still on lockdown down at the VAs. They don't. I mean, even though we don't, he's one of them. He one of them tutti fruities going with them MSLNDSers. He didn't used to be that way. So you're getting older when you ain't got a whole bunch of zeros in your bank account and you start getting older and you hear that beep beep lady on the same that noise. She's like, well, if you vote Democrat, at least they'll give you a little soup. All you got to do, hey, the ducks might be coming. Don't tell them you didn't vote for gay marriage, all right? I understand. Can't talk about that. They'll give you soup if you just don't tell anybody. They'll help you out. You're getting old. You're too old to dig ditches. What are you gonna do, dude? If you keep telling them that you didn't vote for gay marriage, they're not only are they gonna start lying about you, they're not even gonna give you soup. Forget about that. You thought you was gonna get a gal with them sticks and a salad? Never. What are you doing? And then them polar bears are gonna eat you, Nicky boy. I'm trying to help you here, son. I'm getting old. I'm an old woman now. You just gotta vote Democrat. And do you know what another Democrat said to me? They told me, you know who said this? I'm not gonna tell you. I may later in some later deposition. I may say, but I'm just gonna say this is what some Democrat told me. He said, if you want to stay home and play video games and not work, and you want to eat Cheetos, I'm adding this part. And you want to eat Cheetos and smoke pot and drink Mountain Dew all day, you gotta vote for a Democrat. I'm going. And you wonder why everybody's depressed. Now I understand this is where the Republicans can't stand me. I'm like, hey AOC, what kind of video game you playing there, honey? Huh? Can I come play a video game with you? Never again. I'm gonna come over to New York. Never again. When you play a little, what you like? Hey, all of a sudden I like video games here. You very much. And I'm like, yeah, there's some corporate stuff that obscene profits, Rush Limbaugh's yeah, there's some obscene profits that I think, hey, if you're willing to work 40 hours a week, we're not France, so hey, we can't, if you got to take a nap, I guess if you're going to have narcolepsy, we can't, you're going to fall asleep, got to go lay down in the lunchroom for 10 minutes here and there. All right, we'll see if we can get around that. I mean, we let the Muslims go pray 5 times a day for half an hour. I think we can let you maybe take a nap as long as you work really hard. Okay. Keep talking. And you're like, well, yeah, you wonder why I'm going, that's the problem. But there are some, yeah, I mean, if you don't have a drug problem and you don't drink alcohol and it's like worse. This is better than a Trump rally. There ain't a cigarette butt within 500 miles of me. There better not be. 5 feet, 5 miles. No cigarettes, you don't look at porn. You read your Bible, you pray, and you try. You're trying. And the only thing is they're coming after you. And you're willing to work. You're willing to try. I don't care what it is. Now, I understand if you're my age, you're too old to dig ditches, but you ought to be able, I would think there should be, if a guy's flying around in a plane with goats and $1,000 bottles of champagne, like my buddy Pelosi told, thank God for her. God bless old Nancy's heart. See, yeah, that's what's been, old Nancy, she like that preacher woman. She's just like, hey, I just want to help people. I don't want to hurt their feelings. I don't want to be mean to them. And what would Jesus do? Jesus would be nice and love them. And that's what I want to do. I just want to help people, and I don't want to hurt. I don't want to hurt them, and I just want to love them and make sure they got food and clothes and stuff to eat, and got one iPad, right? And and then Nancy's kind of like that. See, Nancy not, and then you got a few of them. See, AOC got y'all. They're too mean to AOC. AOC has got one of the greatest hearts. She ain't like the Talib. That Talib make me a little nervous. I go there with you that one. I seen some. You want to talk about extremists? You know who need to get her medication taken away is that Talib. Did you see her storm into the Capitol and protest the Trump rally one time there? I mean, she was bonkers. I got the tape. Yeah. They won't show you that though. Or they all of them. Get her on some lithium or something, not me. And I'm like, yeah, I think if you are willing to work, not life isn't fair and it's not supposed to be. The poor will always be with us, right? You can only help so many people. Whoever half the kingdom decide, she decide. That's between her and God, I guess. And then you're like, well, okay, let's go to the downs here a little bit, Nicky boy. And you're like, well, I'm getting there. And you're like, okay. And you're like, but yeah, so this is why the Tucker Carlsons and the Rush and the Hannitys, they're like, you can hang up now. That you know why? Because I'm saying, hey, no, just because you are part of a good old boy network and you went to some sorority or fraternity, and you're at the top of the company, and you flying over on the Lolita Express, and you got a wife at home, and she like her life, so she don't say nothing anyway. Well, usually, and or whatever, and you got these obscene profits, and people are starving to death, and we can't you won't even let me go pick up that food there. I'm gonna start a nonprofit. Since that times are getting so tough, you ought to let me go pick up all that food they're throwing away and distribute that. But see, the health department at EPA on the left won't let me do that. But the ones on the right, they're saying, "Hey, what do you care? Hey, I'm a polar bear. I got in. I figured it out. I made. You know how many people I had to screw to get this. I'm not giving it up easy to you. What's your business if I got obscene profits? I'm riding around in a private jet here itself with $1,000 champagne bottles and Miss Universe and a couple goats. What do you care, buddy? And I'm saying, hey, AOC, honey, what game you playing today, sweetie? Let's hook up. Hey, let's go for a walk. Hey, never again. I'm like, she onto something there, see? And so now I'm back to get in where you fit in. They're like, nope, he's out. Yep, he out. No, see, I'm a moderate. I'm in that window of tolerance. I got common sense. I don't, well, how could anybody be all right? We all got some great ideas, some ideas that could help, but they're so divided. But if you're willing to work 40 hours, we ought to have a program. We ought to make it have affordable housing. Yeah, I understand when you're young that certain jobs but they're taking them jobs too. Entry level jobs. Okay, save up your money, work hard like everybody else. Maybe you get a break here and there because Hegseth or whatever or something. But hey, mostly it's hard work, and you can't screw up. You gotta stay out of trouble. You gotta be squeaky clean. But if you're willing, if you're willing to work 40 hours a week and not take a nap, shouldn't you at least be able to afford an apartment? Do you understand? Not in any major metropolitan, not even any medium, any where the jobs are. You cannot afford a one-bedroom apartment. Forget about a two-bedroom, a wife and kids, and forget about gas, utilities. You need 3 minimum wage jobs to even pay the rent. And I'm saying, hey, what kind of video game you playing, babe? I'm like, hey, lady, keep talking. Come on, she got some ideas. Now she got to be understand. Hey, you like that bit? Hey, if you want, we got to seal up the border just a little. Can we make it fair so it doesn't ruin for? So I'm with you on some things, but if I ain't with you on everything, then you start doing that to me down at the college. Yep. And now the polar bear's like, did we just get that on the record, folks? Get that on the, let's get that to every polar bear within 500 miles. That guy's going nowhere. And I'm like, y'all are extremists. It's true. Why shouldn't you be? What else are you going to do other than depend on the government if technology is taking over everything? You got one white polar bear running 5 guys that don't even speak English, waking me up at 5 in the morning to a jackhammer, and you're telling me to get a job? I sure would like to. So I can, and one that I can afford my wife like God designed it. She carries that child for 9 months. She ought to stay home and take care of that child and be the nurturer. And I support her like a well-oiled machine, like God designed it. But the devil's got it all twisted up, don't he? But if you're willing to work and you ain't got a drink and a drug problem, no cigarette butts like a Trump rally, you ought to be able to afford a place to live. Nope. So AOC's onto something there too. Everybody got some ideas, but you got to compromise a little bit. You got to consider. You can't just outright go, nope, all crazy. That's extremist. And I can understand because I'm at that point too where, hey, if you're going after you take the Second Amendment, you forget about the Republic, okay? Especially when all their guys living in gated communities. When you start doing that, now, what I'm trying to figure out is the way I feel about what they did to me down at this college. How are these right-wing Ted Cruz's and all these hardcores? They were always Republican, super dupers. Like if one little unsqueaky clean and you're done. Well, how did they get so extreme that they can't even recognize that somebody outside their party could possibly contribute to the solution? I don't like that either. And I think that's common sense. I think that's reasonable. I think that's logical. And again, I'm not the problem. And so you really can't. So based on what I just said, nobody's going to, and that's the problem. It's so polarized, nobody's going to accept you. Unless you hook, line, and sinker, agree with everything down a party line. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I'm saying, sure, especially at my age, no, I think there's dignity in a man working if he can, and it's getting tougher if you're not a programmer, because and then all the programmers are like Jose, the guest Jose, Jose, Jose. He says it's pronounced. He says sometimes you just got to take the internet from people, and that's worse than the Nazis on the left. We couldn't get him to walk in the doo-doo. He beat all statisticians and actuaries. The last thing to do, the only options are take the internet away. And what else did Bad Boy say? I report, you decide. I'm very calm. Not sure what I'm going to do or how I'm going to survive sure, there's lots of jobs. If you can swing a hammer or go build a house or electrician, a trade, but it's physical, and you're competing with 20-year-old bucks. They get them on a little bit of coffee, boy. They go for days. So, but again, God made man and Jesus made him even. So as long as you stay in that window of time, you don't drink, that God says he provides. I'm just wondering, when are they going to be convinced that I'm not going to take a drink and try somebody else? Because I'm not. I really enjoy my sobriety date. I really like it. It's a perfect day. I wouldn't give it up for anything, even if it crossed my mind. Because that's natural. I'd be worried if you used to drink a 12 pack on the weekend and you never thought ever thought about having a cold one. Yeah, I'd be a little worried. Man, I probably got to cross your mind. Okay, once a year or something. I'm not making any of this up. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not too hyper. I'm not too excited. I'm very calm. I love myself. I don't want to hurt myself or anybody else. I don't want to get in a fight or an argument. If I wanted to, I'd call up their lady and tell her what I think about them gutters. I'd call them up and tell them what I think about that water in here still. But it's not going to do any good. It's the way it is. I accept it. Now, if you come and try to take my Bible, I'm not going to be as friendly. I'm just saying. I'm not going to be as accepting. Because God said, I get to keep that. But yeah, I'm a I don't just buy into this dog and pony show. Everything they say down the one side is saying this, cinnamon. You do got to kind of be like, well, okay. I like to deer hunt, so I like to, you know, when those five guys come up here and they got real used to making that $20 cash, and they come around with that mark of the beast and they say, oh, you got to have a worker ID. Wake up, you're out now. Oh, now you're going to get out of here too and get in line. They might get real pissed off and decide to come in the middle of the night before you ship them back to Mexico or something. And you're probably, by the time you call the police, it's going to be too late. And I'm like, yeah, you can't touch the Second Amendment or my Bible. Now, if you want to leave me alone there, okay, I'll keep trying. I'm going to start by going to watch that Tucker Carlson. He got a special coming. Folks, look it up tonight, tomorrow, next day. Don't worry. I'm serious. I've been scared straight with the girls. I would not approach a girl and now if she sent me an email or somehow sent me a text message and asked me out, or anybody, or I ran into her and she physically gives me her number or initiates a conversation, even then I wouldn't ask. But if she gave me her number and said to call me, which obviously isn't likely to happen, but if something like that, then I would I'd be okay. But other than that, I am never ever approaching another woman as long as I live, or trying to get their phone number, or ask them to go golfing on a date. Anything. Give them roses, nothing. Ever, never again. I swear. You think I'm joking? I'm not even playing, dude. I'm not even playing. The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Anyways, this is Job. Dang. This is Job 21. Where'd it go? I had it. There it is. I thought I had it. Job, I'm going to go back. I probably read this, but I'm going to reread it. I'm going to read Job 26 to 31. Job's rebuttal. But Job answered, and he said, how hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest? I can't really see. Do you mind if I turn a light on? Would that hurt your eyes, camera friend? I can't really see. I'll try. Oh, it's almost catnapper time. All right, so, but Job answered and said, how hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath no strength? How hast thou counseled him that hath no wisdom? And how hast thou plentifully declared the thing as it is? To whom hast thou uttered words, and whose spirit came from thee? Dead things are formed from under the waters, and the inhabitants thereof. Hell is naked before him, and destruction hath no covering. What is this? Hell is naked before him? Who's that? He stretcheth out the earth over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He bindeth up the waters in his thick clouds, and the cloud is not rent under them. He holdeth back the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud upon it. He hath compassed the waters with bounds, until the day and night come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble, and are astonished at his reproof. He divideth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smiteth through the proud. By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens. His hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Lo, these are parts of his ways, but how little a portion is heard of him. But the thunder of his power, who can understand? Verse 27 of Get a Job. Job describes the fate of the wicked. Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, as God liveth, who hath taken away my judgment? And the Almighty, who hath vexed my soul? All the while my breath is in me, and the Spirit of God in my nostrils. My lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. God forbid that I should justify you. Till I die, I will not remove mine integrity from me. My righteousness I hold fast, and will not let it go. My heart shall not reproach me so long as I live. Let mine enemy be as the wicked, and he that riseth up against me as the unrighteous. For what is the hope of the hypocrite, though he hath gained, when God taketh away his soul? Will God hear his cry when trouble cometh upon him? Will he delight himself in the Almighty? Will he always call upon God? I will teach you by the hand of God. That which is with the Almighty will I not conceal. Behold, all ye yourselves have seen it. Why then are ye thus altogether vain? This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the heritage of oppressors, which they shall receive of the Almighty. If his children be multiplied, it is for the sword, and his offspring shall not be satisfied with bread. Those that remain of him shall be buried in death, and his widows shall not weep. Though he heap up silver as the dust, though he heap up silver as the dusty, and prepare raiment as the clay, he may prepare it, but the just shall put it on, and the innocent shall divide the silver. He buildeth his house as a moth, and as a booth that the keeper maketh. The rich man shall lie down, but he shall not be gathered. He openeth his eyes, and he is not. Terrors take hold on him as waters. A tempest stealeth him away in the night. The east wind carrieth him away, and he departeth, and as a storm hurleth him out of his place. For God shall cast upon him, and not spare. He would fain flee out of his hand. Men shall clap their hands at him, and shall hiss him out of his place. Chapter 28 of Job, in praise of wisdom. Surely there is a vein for the silver, and a place for gold where they find it. Iron is taken out of the earth, and brass is molten out of the stone. He setteth an end to darkness, and stretcheth out all perfection. The stones of darkness and the shadow of death. The flood breaketh out from the inhabitant, even the waters forgotten of the foot. They are dried up, they are gone away from men. As for the earth, out of it cometh bread, and under it is turned up as it were fire. The stones of it are the place of sapphires, and it hath dusty of gold. There is a path which no fowl knoweth, and which the vulture's eye hath not seen. The lion's whelps have not trodden it, nor the fierce lion passed by it. He putteth forth his band upon the rock. He overturneth the mountains by the roots. He cutteth out rivers among the rocks, and his eye seeth every precious thing. He bindeth the floods from overflowing, and the thing that is hid bringeth he forth to light. But where shall wisdom be found? And where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of the living. The depth saith, it is not in me, and the sea saith, it is not with me. It cannot be gotten for gold, neither shall silver be weighed for the price thereof. It cannot be valued with the gold of Ophir, with the precious onyx or the sapphire. The gold and the crystal cannot equal it. The exchange of it shall not be for jewels of fine gold. No mention shall be made of coral or of pearls, for the price of wisdom is above rubies. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not equal it, neither shall it be valued with pure gold. Whence then cometh wisdom? And where is the place of understanding? Seeing it is hid from the eyes of all living, and kept close from the fowls of the air. Destruction and death say, we have heard the fame thereof with our ears. God understandeth the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven, to make the weight for the winds, and he weigheth the waters by measure. When he made a decree for the rain, and a way for the lightning of thunder, then did he see it and declare it. He prepared it, yea, and searched it out. And unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Verse 29, Job remembers. Moreover, Job continued his parable and said, oh, that I were as in months past, as in the days when God preserved me, when his candle shined upon my head, and when by his light I walked through darkness, as I was in the days of my youth, when the secret of God was upon my tabernacle, when the Almighty was yet with me, when my children were about me, when I washed my steps with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil, when I went out to the gate through the city, when I prepared my seat in the street, the young men saw me and hid themselves, and the aged arose and stood up. The princes refrained talking, and laid their hand on their mouth. The nobles held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to the roof of their mouth. When the ear heard me, then it blessed me, and when the eye saw me, it gave witness to me. Because I delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I caused the widow's heart to sing for joy. I put on righteousness and it clothed I put on righteousness, and it clothed me. My judgment was as a robe and a diadem. I was eyes to the blind, and feet was I to the lame. I was a father to the poor, and the cause which I knew not I searched out. And I brake the jaws of the wicked, and plucked the spoil out of his teeth. Then I said, I shall die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the sand. My root was spread out by the waters, and the dew lay all night upon my branch. My glory was fresh in me, and my bow was renewed in my hand. Unto me men gave ear, and waited, and kept silence at my counsel. After my words they spake not again, and my speech dropped upon them. And they waited for me as for the rain, And they opened their mouth wide as for the latter rain. If I laughed on them, they believed it not. And the light of my countenance they cast not down. I chose out their way and sat chief, and dwelt as a king in the army, as one that comforteth the mourners. Chapter 30. But now they that are younger than I have me in derision, whose fathers I would have disdained to have set with the dogs of my flock. Yea, whereto might the strength of their hands profit me, in whom old age was perished? For want and famine they were solitary, fleeing into the wilderness, in former time desolate and waste. Who cut up mallows by the bushes and juniper roots for their meat. They were driven forth from among men. They cried after them as after a thief, to dwell in the cliffs of the valleys, in caves of the earth, and in the rocks. Among the bushes they brayed, under the nettles they were gathered together. They were children of fools, yea, children of base men. Excuse me. They were viler than the earth, and now am I their song, yea, I am their byword. They abhor me, they flee far from me, and spare not to spit in my face. Because he hath loosed my cord and afflicted me, they have also let loose the bridle before me. Upon my right hand rise the youth, they push away my feet, and they rise up against me, the ways of their destruction. They mar my path, they set forward my calamity, they have no helper. They came upon me as a wide breaking in of waters. In the desolation they rolled themselves upon me. Terrors are turned upon me. They pursue my soul as the wind, and my welfare passeth away as a cloud. And now my soul is poured out upon me. The days of affliction have taken hold upon me. My bones are pierced in me in the night season, and my sinews take no rest. By the great force of my disease is my garment changed. It bindeth me about as a collar of my coat. He hath cast me into the mire, and I am become like dusty and ashes. I cry unto thee, and thou dost not hear me. I stand up, and thou regardest me not. Thou art become cruel to me. With thy strong hand thou opposest thyself against me. Thou liftest me up to the wind. Thou causest me to ride upon it, and dissolvest my substance. For I know that thou wilt bring me to death, and to the house appointed for all living. Howbeit he will not stretch out his hand to the grave, though they cry in his destruction. Did not I weep for him that was in trouble? Was not my soul grieved for the poor? When I looked for good, then evil came unto me. And when I waited for light, there came darkness. My bowels boiled and rested not. The days of affliction prevented me. I went mourning without the sun. I stood up and I cried in the congregation. I'm a brother to dragons and a companion to owls. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burned with heat. My harp also is turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of them that weep. Chapter 31. I made a covenant with mine eyes to promise to never look at a naked lady again that's not mine. Why then should I think upon a maid? For what portion of God is there from above? And what inheritance of the Almighty from on high? Is not destruction to the wicked, and a strange punishment to the workers of iniquity? Doth not he see my ways and count all my steps? If I have walked with vanity, or if my foot hath hasted to deceit, let me be weighed in an even balance, that God may know mine integrity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and mine heart walked after mine eyes, and if any blot hath cleaved to my hands, then let me sow and let another eat. Yea. Let my offspring be rooted out. If mine heart have been deceived by a woman, or if I have laid wait at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind unto another, and let others bow down upon her. For this is an heinous crime. Yea. It is an iniquity to be punished by the judges. For it is a fire that consumeth to destruction, and would root out all mine increase. If I did despise the cause of my manservant, or of my maidservant, when they contended with me, what then shall I do when God riseth up? And when he visiteth, what shall I answer him? Did not he that made me in the womb make him? And did not one fashion us in the womb? If I have withheld the poor from their desire, or have caused the eyes of the widow to fail, or have eaten my morsel myself alone, and the fatherless have not eaten thereof, for from my youth he was brought up with me, as with a father, and I have guided her from my mother's womb. If I have seen any perish for want of clothing, or any poor without covering, if his loins have not blessed me, and if he were not warmed with the fleece of my sheep, bah! If I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, when I saw my help in the gate, then let mine arm fall from my shoulder blade, and mine arm be broken from the bone. For destruction from God was a terror to me, and by reason of his highness I could not endure. If I have made gold my hope, or have said to the fine gold, thou art my confidence. If I rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because mine hand had gotten much, if I beheld the sun when it shined, or the moon walking in brightness, and my heart hath been secretly enticed, or my mouth hath kissed my hand, this also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge. For I should have denied the God that is above, if I rejoiced at the destruction of him that hated me. Oh, lifted up myself when evil found me. Neither have I suffered my mouth to sin by wishing a curse to his soul. If the men of my tabernacle said not, oh, that we had of his flesh, we cannot be satisfied. The stranger did not lodge in the street, but I opened my doors to the traveler. If I covered my transgressions as Adam, by hiding mine iniquity in my bosom, did I fear a great multitude, or did the contempt of families terrify me, that I kept silence and went not out of the door? Oh, that one would hear me! Behold, my desire is that the Almighty would answer me, and that mine adversary had written a book. Surely I would take it upon my shoulder and bind it as a crown to me. I would declare unto him the number of my steps. As a prince would I go near unto him. If my land cry against me, or that the furrows likewise thereof complain, if I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, or have caused the owners thereof to lose their life, let thistles grow instead of wheat, and cockle instead of barley. The words of Job are ended. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, as in heaven, so in earth. Give us day by day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins, for we also forgive everyone that is indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil and the devil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever, in Jesus Christ, almighty precious name, amen. I believe I'm the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. By the blood and through his grace and mercy, I'm saved. Hallelujah. Amen. Thank you, Father. In Jesus Christ, almighty precious name, amen. Baruch Hashem, and the peace of Jerusalem. In Jesus Christ, almighty precious name, amen. Got some of this here. Oh. Oh. Well, if you don't mind, camera friend, I'm gonna take a little break from. I'm kind of tired of talking. I need to do some meditation, maybe a little yoga. We do a little yoga, a little thinking here. So everything's okay, camera friend. Don't get worried about me. I'm fine. I did a little talking there. I need to take a break and be quiet for the rest of the day, and maybe we connect tomorrow or something. Cause I'm kind of tired and I gotta think about. I gotta come up with a game plan, camera friend. Okay, so don't worry. I'm just gonna do some thinking. Okay, and some work. You're not worried about me. No, I'm okay. I was just checking. I didn't think you would, but I just want to make sure you know. Oh, oh yeah. Mm.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Don't know if I can get it, baby. Might have to cut it. Mm. Mm. Oh man, what's that? Horrible, sweetheart. Oh, oh goodness, sweetheart. Oh gosh. Oh, I don't know if I can get it out, honey. Hey, what's the matter? Yeah. Hmm. Why can't I take care of you? What do you mean? Like, I can empty your pee bag. Wait, what now? So you want me to do what here? Go to your door and get what?